Tripping another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's along their own weekend. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On a party platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel
What's going on, everybody? I hope you're having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, March 21st, 2025. This is NCC TV coming live to you from the concourse of Amani Airport. The dream version. We're live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the swiftly approaching cyber future. Oh my god, chat, the cyber future is almost here. Am I ready? Are you ready? Are we ready? This is like a big test for me, like leave your whole life behind and jump into the ether? I don't know, chat. I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit scared. I shouldn't be. I feel like we're good. I'm pretty sure we're good. We're at least better than we are hanging out in Trump's America, right? We want to stream from someplace a little bit more of a secure location than that, and it's the only way to do that. I love your taste in music. Thank you, Tanner, dude. NCC has iconic taste in music, says Shakespeare. Thank you, Shakespeare. I can just get my feet on the ground. I feel like I'm NCC is Yami? I know Yami. But I'm pretty sure she's a different person. Yami is brought to you by Ocean World. Wait, is it called Ocean World? Has it been too long since we visited it, chat? Yeah, Ocean World, which apparently dropped a manga really recently. Anybody read the Ocean World manga? Any Yami fans? Any Yami fans in the audience? Any Deku fans? Yeah, we're coming to you live from Diedrich City. Just making a joke about the cyber person spiel. I mean, you're not too far off, Tanner. Do you realize that? You're not entirely in the ether. I just didn't know if we had, like... There it is. The cyber person spiel. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yami's story and my story, they're, dangerously similar, but not entirely. I love Ocean World. I have a physical... You have the physical manga! Nice. Nice. If you don't know what we're talking about, chat, there's a producer named Deco. I think, did I call him Deco before? I think his name is Deco. Is it Deco? I think it's Deco. I haven't been keeping up. Cyber Baby Angel is still on my playbit list. That, yeah, on more PCs than Microsoft, Sam. Come see me in cyberspace. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? If I could ever get the okay from Deco, I would love to throw on some Yami tunes. NCC is iconic. Yeah, thank you for Unwed Cats. Cat, what does it mean when, like... What does it mean when Vocaloids are more relatable than real-life people? I'm not saying that's where I'm at now, but I've definitely been through that. Anybody else can relate to that? Jimbo from The Simpsons, nice chicken dinner. Hasan, did your mom make it for you? Hasan, of course she did. Who else would? right? It's a disconnect, chat. This thing that's going on with Ethan Klein. When did I thought the manga just came out, Tanner? I knew you were a person with impeccable taste. Well, that is true. It means the basilisk is upon us. Yo, wait, it's like a doppelganger thing? Like if you see your doppelganger, it's never a good sign. It means that you need to do some really quick and really good self-reflection and call up Naomi Klein. Not Naomi Wolf, though, right? Don't accidentally try to get in touch with Naomi Wolf thinking that you're going to reach Naomi Klein, because then you're literally talking to the doppelganger. And so, yeah, speaking of keeping up with stuff, one in chat, if you are keeping up with the Behind the Bastards coverage of the Zizians, Part 4 just dropped today, and I think that's all they're going to do for now. It gets us up to the current state of affairs. Anybody? Bueller? It's a slow day in chat, huh? Over there in Chatland, in the cyber world of chat. I mean, the funny thing, Bloody Teeth, is people are saying AGI, artificial general intelligence, is like, it's gonna be here sooner than later. But it seems kind of ridiculous considering, what is in the offering in terms of AI right now. It makes me feel weird, to watch the Zizian stuff. Yeah, well, so the problem that Bloody Teeth, I think, is identifying there, and correctly so, is that a lot of people who are covering the Zizians are focusing on the fact that Ziz is trans. And Ziz has got a lot of problems, all right? Gender identity, ironically enough, is something that might have kind of helped out. Like, Ziz, put off transitioning for a while, apparently. But yeah, all the right wing and centrist and just shitty, salacious content coverage of the Zizians has focused on the Zizians that are trans. And you know what they're really missing? They're missing the fact that the stuff that created the Zizian, philosophy that's got all the, I don't know if you want to call it a cult, but the people in the Zizian group, they're kind of, they have these fucked up ideas that are causing them a lot of trouble, and other people a lot of trouble. If it's anything like our current AI, it will be artificial geriatric intelligence. What is that, like a Joe Brandon thing? Can you imagine if your AGI, you made AGI, right? You created artificial general intelligence, and you turn it on, and it's like, it's Joe Biden. Can't stand people who focus on what they are and not what they do. Yeah, exactly. But the whole thing is, it's the rationalist philosophy. It's the effective altruism philosophy. It's all of this. It's stuff that is very much mainstream in tech culture. And that's why you should be afraid of the Zizians beyond the existence of Ziz and her crew. It's more of the the stuff that went into this philosophy is very much still out there, and very much just like I told you, the most messed up ethical logic that I have ever heard, where you start justifying you start off with effective altruism, and it's just about, okay, well, I'm gonna be altruistic, maybe donate to a charity, but like, let me see what I can do to make the most of my donation, right? Because if I donate to a charity and it goes to somebody's salary, that's not as effective as if I donate to charity and it goes to buying mosquito nets to prevent malaria, right? That's the, quintessential example. And at some point, these people got themselves convinced that the more effective altruism than doing anything for anybody, like in the present, is doing stuff for people in the future. And that stuff, all roads lead to the creation of artificial general intelligence. All roads lead to creating a super smart AI and making sure it's a good AI, although, these are people without a lot of grounding in the humanities or philosophy, so their definition of what is good, a little bit askew. A little bit screwed up. You can make AGI, but it poops, and you have to change the AI poop bucket. I mean, that would be Biden, for sure. That's a fact, Jack. You accidentally programmed Divine. Wait, Divine from Pink Flamingos? Or is this a different Divine? The episode of Truanon did on Luigi was really great. I bring it up because there's a lot of crossover between the Z's and Luigi. In episode 425, the Blue Light Killer, if anyone... Oh, interesting. Yeah, what was... I don't know nearly as much about Luigi's background, other than the fact that, people want to make Luigi this, like, left-wing hero, but as far as what, Luigi... as far as actual political perspective, it's kind of a little bit mixed. Not to say that there's, not something in the kind of coalescing that's gone on around the story of Luigi. And it seems like most of the people that are, like, inspired are, it's for people who don't exist yet. Damn. Basically. And people who may never exist if, like, the tech bros don't get their heads out of their asses. Their heads out of their assilisk. Oh no, chat. Assilisk, I said. Chat, just a second. I hate that I have to take this, but I do. me I'm muted. Fuck. Thank you. Thank you for telling me I'm muted. Chat, apologies. That was my doctor's office. I am trying to pick up my prescription before leaving the fucking country forever. Thank you, Bloody Teeth, for the super chat. Thank you for staying here, chat. I am so sorry about that. Like, that's like literally like the one kind of call that I gotta take, even during stream, and I fucking hate that. I hate it so much. At least we got good tunes, right? I was worried that I, like, just went away with, like, nothing at all playing. We just saw? Sorry. What does this mean? What we just saw? What does that mean, Woody? I don't know what that means. Captain Ehab. Chat's talking about Captain Ehab. No, well, I mean, you know, I owe you an explanation at the very least.
Workout Pro, super chatted $5. Quick dono, not sure if you're aware of video from YouTuber Fighting Cowboy addressing the day backlash for an actual historical character.
Nice.
SMH.
SMH indeed. Wait, an actual DI back at. Oh, an actual historical character. Oh, Jackie Robinson? Is that who we're talking about? But again, chat, massive apologies. Like I said, I'm leaving. I'm supposed to get my, I was supposed to pick up my, prescription. And when I called it in today, I got the fucking rudest asshole in the fucking world. And look, before you ask, I did not contact this guy's manager. I don't do that. Even if somebody's an asshole to me and, you know, whatever, like, I don't want to fuck with anybody's work, right? And I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I got this complete, like, I just like...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Forever damn, you're going to miss Cyber Bernie Imperium.
I'm going to miss what? Cyber Bernie Imperium? Are you sure about that? What are we talking about? I'm so confused. Oh, we only saw, okay, you saw that I wasn't talking, yeah, that my mouth was moving and no sound was coming out. I was just trying to make sure I understood what you were saying. Thank you, Woody. And thank you, Davy Cliff, and thank you, Work Appropriate. Yeah, again, massive apologies, chat. Hey, and also special apologies to the Voddies. Like, what's it gonna be like to the Voddies, right? Because they're under the impression that they're watching a YouTube video. What kind of YouTube video does the person, like, go away? Oh, I've got to take this. Sorry, and she leaves on music. Please still play Assassin's Creed? I want to play video games. I'm leaving the country called it. I don't think it would help. I was just trying to get information out of that guy. Like, he couldn't help me, is the problem, right? Because of the situation that I was in, there was nothing that the pharmacy employee was going to do to help me. He was just being an asshole, and I could have done without that, right? But, you know, people have reasons for reacting the way that they react, and jobs are important. So no, I'm not gonna call the manager. But anyway, yeah, you know, he was just like, I was trying to get the information to just figure out, like, what had gone on. And what happened apparently was that my prescription got sent to me via the mail, right? And without me realizing it. The problem is that the company that's supposed to send it via mail doesn't have an address for me. So they sent the prescription to no one, but it still somehow counts as, like, you've gotten your prescription. You have your medication. If you would like more medication, your insurance will not pay for it. Would you like to pay out of pocket, right? That's the shit that I'm dealing with, right? Would you like to pay out of pocket? And the answer is always no. I can't fucking afford out of pocket. Nobody can afford out of pocket. That's crazy, right? So anyway, yeah, the system thinks that I've got my medication, but it's very obvious to anybody, any human that looks at the situation would see, no, she doesn't have her medication, right? So the question is, like, is this stupid issue Is it going to get resolved over the weekend? Or, you know, are they just going to treat it like, nope, we don't do shit over the weekend. And by the time the weekend is over, they're like, you know, there's nobody to talk to on my end. I'm gone. I'm out of here. Did people know about Yasuke? There was a mid-Netflix anime about him. When you say Yasuke, are you talking about a Persona? Yasuke? Sorry, I mispronounced the name. Yasuke the Black Samurai. There we go. That's who you're talking about. I was thinking Yasuke from, wait a minute. Which Persona is that? Persona 4? There's Junpei from Persona 3. Yeah, is his name Yasuke? I've never played Persona 4 chat, so I don't even know. I feel like there's a Yasuke there. I run into this problem all the time. It's so frustrating. Yeah. Monthly meds out of pocket would be like $2,500. And that's low in comparison to others. So that's a situation that I'm in. Take the meds and leave the country. That's the problem, is I can't get them. I don't know. Sisterhood of the Traveling Prescription. Yeah. But yeah, I've got so much shit to do, chat. I meant to get a bunch of it done today. Like, I want to take as much of my stuff as I possibly can. Omega Star says, ducking in and out. I pick Noah. You pick Noah, says Omega Star. Wait, I'm trying to see, like... What's up, the Forbesy? Yeah, and again, apologies to anybody who just came in while I was away. Again, I never do that. I never say I gotta take this, but this time I did. I had to. Did you see my early message? Because I was explaining the issue. Earlier message. Just adding for my super chat, I was referring to Yasuke. Oh, who is one of the main characters in Assassin's Creed. So that's the new Assassin's Creed that just came out. Is it Hasan playing that one? It's the star field pronouns backlash all over again. It's because of a black samurai. Yeah, like Chad is saying, we're talking about a historical figure. We're not talking about a retcon. We're not talking about like a samurai who they changed to their bio to make them black in order to be woke. It's literally a historical figure who, I'm trying to remember how this happened. Yasuke traveled to Japan, I believe, on a Portuguese ship. Is that correct? And oh my god, chat, I don't even know what are we dealing with as far as music. Vampire Savior? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's just Sega Saturn stuff. That's kind of neat, actually. That's actually pretty cool. Here, we'll just go with this one for now. Yeah, Yasuke. So the problem is that there really was a black samurai. Right? This is a documented historical figure. And, you know, he's been, I think, included in a few, like either shows, movies, or video games. And every time right-wingers run into the existence of Yasuke... Omega Star says Sega! Sega. Thank you for the 100 bits, Omega Star. Is that what you were saying? Is going to Noah. Okay, 100. Oh my god. What are we at? I think we're at 18%. Is that right? 18% of the dono goal already, and I'm a messy bitch today. Chat, I just got my shit started. I just get the stream started, and so it was like a thing where I'd called and gotten a hold of the after hours care or something like that. That's usually just for emergencies, but this is kind of an emergency, right? You sent me a throne. Thank you, Omega Star. Thank you for making it make sense despite my brain being everywhere all at once. Okay, I got it. Noah's at 26, and then overall we're at 43. I think we're at 43. Sounds right. Fresh and fit after hours. So anyway, yeah, I called the after hours thing, and they're like, "Ooh, I don't know. This is a real brain buster here. I'm not sure if we can get it for you or not. I'll have the nurse on duty call you back." Right? All she said was like, "Make sure if you get a phone call tonight that you answer it." Right? And I was kind of like, "Okay, where's the phone call? Where's the phone call? Where's the phone call? Phone call not coming." I'm like, "Let's do the stream because I gotta talk to you about Ethan." Yeah, Ethan's back. He's back in the Warzone, and he's more ridiculous than he ever has been before. Unbelievably ridiculous Ethan Klein. Incomprehensibly annoying, disingenuous shithead of the universe, Ethan Klein, is back. So I have to cover this. There's no choice. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. Honestly, I don't care about the baby gamer rage. I'm glad they're doing that instead of any effective politics, right? Yeah, they can rage at the Black Samurai and but yeah, so they call me back just like way later than I expected because like chat, it's like 8 o'clock my time. It's legit after hours, right? It's legit. And I just knew like I have to, there's some chance that I could get, my prescription if I answer this, so that's why I had to answer it. To make a long story even longer, history of woke DEI propaganda. Could you possibly put the medicine on credit card and then just move without ever paying it back? Oh my god. I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that moving out of the country is going to save me from bad credit. Yusuke. Oh my god, it's Yusuke. God damn it, Moni the Whale. You are correct. You are right, and I am mixing up. There's Yusuke in Persona 5. Who's the guy in Persona 4? I gotta know, but thank you, Omega Star, for the drone contribution. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. It means a lot, especially as like my world is kind of collapsing into itself right now. Hopefully, it will re-solidify in another country and be just fine. That's what I'm hoping for. Persona 4 characters. What character am I thinking of? Yosuke. I'm thinking of Yosuke, chat. Yosuke is in Persona 4. Yosuke. Do I have any fave lol cows? I guess Ethan Klein? I don't know. I mean, he's not supposed to be a lol cow, but he's making himself one. It feels like lol cow coverage, doesn't it? And he's been offered a spot on lol cow Live by Keemstar himself. Keemstar knows what's up. Yasuke was a slave and was brought into Japan by the Portuguese. It was when the Portuguese were doing trading with Japan at the time. Yeah, and he ends up working for none other than Nobunaga of Clan Oda. Nobunaga himself, right? As a samurai. Yeah, Yosuke Hanamura. Yeah, you know what? In my mind, chat, like, okay, so I don't know. I don't want to bore people that are not Persona fans, right? But the whole idea of Shin Megami Tensei, which is the series that Persona spins off from, is that it's the Shin Megami Tensei means true goddess rebirth, right? So in every SMT, in every Persona, there's like a character that's the rebirth of the goddess, if you will. And there's I feel like you can sort of like find parallel characters. Like I feel like Yosuke and Ryuji and Junpei are kind of like different remixes of the same character. I don't know, chat. I could be wrong. The MC is kind of always very similar because you're supposed to. They don't give you a lot to go in on because you're supposed to project yourself onto the main character. And yeah, there's always like a always kind of like a female lead as well. But yeah, so in my mind, Yosuke, Junpei, and Ryuji are kind of like the same dude. And oh my god, Aikichi. Yeah, they're in Persona 2, they would be Aikichi. Anyway. Who is the rebirth of the goddess in SMT3? I don't know. I haven't played through them. I just know that that was the original concept, and that like premise kind of informs at least some of the early stuff. Anyway, like I said, video game stuff, not everybody's interested in it. This is like Ethan's watch talk, right, chat? When Ethan shows off his watch, and he's like, "Lo, let me tell you about my watch. That you can get this in gold, you can get this in platinum. The platy is very expensive, but it's very nice. Even though gold is more expensive than platinum right now, the platinum watch still costs more. Isn't that interesting?" No, Ethan, it's not fucking interesting. He went off about his watch today, but then he went off about Hasan. He kept his employees. I swear to God, chat, he's got to be the worst boss to work for. He's got to be the worst boss ever. Like, he said that he wanted to leave the studio at 4 o'clock and then proceeds to talk about nothing for like 15 minutes before launching into an hour-long war room. Wait, are you serious? Arvin Trevino says, "Hi, NCC. I was informed on MR chat that the father of the creator of Midas Touch, the father of the creator, so the father of what, Ben Mycelis, was at the Diddy parties, and that's the reason they push right wing and ignore trans rights." Well, they're also ignoring They're also ignoring, the deportation, attempted deportation of leaders of the student protests for Palestine. Ethan's meltdown today was especially more desperate than usual. He kept maniacally insisting that his insults towards Hasan were funny, yes, and everyone in the studio should be laughing. I didn't catch that part. We'll have to... Well, we got a lot. Is it Theophilus Mycelis? Is that right, Shaxby? I literally don't know that. I thought I knew a lot about Midas Touch. Apparently I don't know that much. So you're talking about, like, the father of the Mycelis brothers is the one who was at the Diddy parties? You know who else is supposedly at the Diddy parties? Drewski. Although it's a weird thing because it doesn't make sense, right? People were like, Drewski's actually mentioned in the Diddy lawsuit, but the thing about it is that the incidents in question happened before Drewski was a public figure, before Drewski was... Who crashes out more, Ethan or Nick Harris? If you know who Nick Harris is, I feel like I should. Ethan's new hairstyle is looking like Jimmy Lee. Yeah, that just for men, that was not the right hair color for Ethan. I don't know what is the right hair color, but definitely not that. The only goddess is in SMT is a fascist girl. If Ethan doesn't watch his VODs, his staff could totally just not turn on the camera and just let him rant in a quiet room for 12 hours. Are you suggesting that they Matrix Ethan Klein? Columbia just caved to Trump today. They will change their policies banning face masks on campus. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of courage to go around, it seems. But anyway, we're not talking about like actual goddesses, Davi. It's that a character, a human character, at least that's what I was told was the original concept. It's maybe not even a concept that they stuck with, right? But I just find it interesting how, you know, you can find similar characters, like characters who are the same vibe, the same frequency, in different persona. I don't know that much about SMT though. The Drewski one is very fake. The Drewski one does not make sense, does it, Cal? It doesn't make sense that Drewski would have been invited to anything like a Puff Daddy party at the time. So, yeah, it's a strange inclusion. Critical support to the idea of not turning on the camera, not recording Ethan's crash outs. Just save him from himself. I can play a video game anytime I want. I can't afford a Rolex or a carton of eggs, though. Yeah, or I can't afford my medication, apparently. I like video games. I do need to figure out how to include more video game content. I don't know how to get that to work, chat. Yeah, I guess I'm just really overwhelmed right now with all the things that I've got to do within very little time in order to be able to, you know, take as much of what I need to live, what I need to survive on a plane, like leave everything else behind. I might be able to have some of it sent to me like in like, I don't know, 3 months or something. I don't know, chat. I'm overwhelmed. I'm absolutely overwhelmed, and I'm seeing a lot of good ideas from chat. I've been enjoying Drewski's show. Well, I mean, like, look, I'm not giving him a clean bill of health, all right? I'm just telling you that the... that what showed up in the, on the, like, the charges against Puffy themselves? Puffy? I'm sorry, chat. Diddy. Whatever he's called. The diddler, right? They just seem really strange. But no, this was legal stuff, right? He's like he's literally on the list of people, like, you know, having some kind of allegations against him. So I don't know what that's up with that. But Drewski responded to it in a way that most people are fairly convinced that, you know, Drewski didn't do anything wrong. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I guess we'll find that out if he gets dropped from the case. Wonder if independent media did more research into Midas Touch and did a video release. Midas Touch will tank like QIT. Huh? I mean, wait, no. So what's the like badness against Mitsuri from Persona 3 has Makoto vibes? Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Moni. I'm so glad that other people recognize this. I don't know if Persona's doing this on purpose, but it feels like it. And I watch the Japanese, like I play it with subs, right? So, you know, I'm not getting like the American localization. I'm getting, you know, how the characters come off in Japanese. But yeah, when I touch down again, hopefully I'll have way more time to just go into depth on all the stuff that chat is sending me, which is kind of overwhelming at the moment. Really moving overseas, yes. Yes, I am moving overseas, far away from the maddening administration. Sorry, chat. There was supposed to be a blonde redhead reference in there somewhere, but I don't know if I landed it. I wish I played Persona to know the lore. Yeah, there's a lot of lore. All right, so speaking of lore, how much time did I... Oh my gosh, chat. The lore says that the Vadis want me to get to the content sooner, right? Because they click on the video, they put up with the music, then they put up with me talking to you for about an hour. But I always tell them to advance it into about an hour into the stream to get the start of the content. And I'm running a little over time. You're jealous, to be honest? I mean, I'm jealous of me too. I'm jealous of me, the me who is moved and she's okay and she's made it work and she's gonna keep the stream up and she's gonna keep coming to you day after day, week after week with more amazing content, maybe even some better content. Do a deep dive into Nick Harris if you enjoy Crash Out Lil Cows. There is a YouTube account with his live. I think it's Nick is a Wreck. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never heard of Nick Harris before. I'll have to check that out. I've been edge to the edge. Well, anyway, speaking of the edge, let us proceed, shall we? Every time I say shall we, I'm reminded of Fulcrum, and then it makes me sad. It makes me really sad, chat, because Fulcrum turned out to be a chud. Fulcrum turned out to be a right-wing chud. Non-Compete did a full video on Chrono Trigger lore? Damn, I didn't know they did stuff like that in general public. That's really cool. Your Rolex brag is the move? My Rolex brag? What is my Rolex brag? Oh, the move is my Rolex. I get it. I get it, Davy. Yeah, that's what Davy is saying. Is that like that's like a flex, right? That's like me shaking my watch. Or what is an Ice Poseidon? Shakespeare, I thought you were the keeper of the lore on all the IRL streamers. I don't know much about Ice Poseidon at all, actually. You can live in the third world. I welcome you with open arms. That's kind of what I'm gonna have to do. Yo, Shakespeare re-upping that membership. Legal Eagle fascism video. Yeah, Legal Eagle's been putting out a lot lately, keeping the Grumpies as honest.
Workout Pro super chatted $5. Will you be able to vote from Thailand on 2026 midterms and 2028 presidential?
Yes. Assuming that I haven't like what would it be? What would I have to do to not be able to vote? Would I if I was a resident of Thailand, or would I have to be a citizen to not be able to vote? I think it's citizenship, isn't it? I have to change my citizenship, and that's not easy. I mean, it would make a lot of things very easy for me. You can always vote abroad. Yeah, right. Shakespeare, unless you change citizenship, I think, right? Non-compete videos full of Chrono Trigger lore and officially about capitalism and dialectical materialism. The Chrono Trigger lore was a fun side quest from the main story. Interesting. I feel like they should have put that in the video title. Anyway, chat, like I said, we need to get moving. Appreciations, though, to all the support from everybody. I'm trying to add it up as we speak. What are we? We're at 68% right now. Wow. So it looks like we're in for some bonus content tonight. I better get moving because I got a lot to cover. I got a big old Ethan crash out for you. Look, boom. Ethan. Crash out king. He's gonna crash out about Hasan's chicken. Who's cooking his chicken? Who's cooking his chicken? Dual citizenship? My family are residents, so they cannot vote. Wait, so if you're a resident, like if you're a resident in another country, you can't vote in the country you came from, or you can't vote in the country that you're. Yeah, I know. No more edging. We got to get going, chat. We got to get going. All right. So what are we doing? We are doing a couple of goals here, right? We got one goal that is a goal to get me on the trampoline. You have 1 minute and 51 seconds to make that happen. We are 6 out of 10, of the way to get there, right? Every time you do a super chat that's teal or higher, then that goes up by 1. So if we get to 10 teal super, the 10 teal or better super chats in an hour and 50 minutes now, I'll grab the trampoline. It's right over here. Trust me. And I will jump on it. I actually owe you some trampoline time because last time I said I would, and I got dizzy and it wasn't able to fulfill that. So, but anyway, that's one goal. The other goal that we've got is the bonus goal that we do every time I stream, and this is your chance to get me to hang out a little bit longer and to cover an extra topic. What topic do you want? Will I cover? Well, it depends. It depends first of all on the topic that you vote for, right? 92 of you have voted so far, and of those 92, 32% are voting for Hasan interviews Bernie and AOC, which he did. It was a little bit short, but maybe we'll watch some of the Bernie and AOC speech as well along with that, right? Just to round that out, right? In second place, we've got gruesome Gavin Newsom versus Tim Walz. And I'm not kidding. I know you're used to Newsom doing his podcast where he does not challenge shit, but with Tim Walz, they get into it. They have a little row. They have a little argument, right? And so, yeah, he didn't have much of an argument with Charlie Kirk. Didn't have much of an argument with Steve Bannon. Didn't have much of an argument with Michael Wiener Savage. Michael Wiener Savage. That's right. His middle name is Wiener. And, but he did have an argument with Tim Walz. Does not agree on some things with Tim Walz. So that's in third place, or second place. In third place, we got Crystal versus Sagar. This is Breaking Points. They do a show together, Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty. They got into a very heated argument this time, so we could watch that. That's a potential. And then the other one is to continue along with the Noah Samson video that we watched the first part of earlier this week. Count my vote with Noah Samson video. I just like the Illegal Eagle video. I found it important to watch. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we'll get to that. Shakespeare, I am a little overwhelmed, but you want your dono counting towards Noah Samson for now, right? I may stream tomorrow, and I don't know about the day after that. Things are gonna get a little tight after tomorrow, but I may try to stream tomorrow too. So hopefully we can get some more content. Anyway, so that's the content that we've got available for the dono goal. What you vote for determines what we end up getting. Also, if we get to the dono goal, which is now at 68%, very good chance of getting that. That also determines it. The other thing is that if we get this to if we get this to 200, that means 2 topics. If we get this to 300, that means 3 topics. I'll do 3 topics. Maybe. I'll try. I'll do my best. Right? That's how that works. And it goes forward every time you donate, whether it's a super chat, whether it's a super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, whether you're supporting me on Throne, which right now all the money is going to my fund to actually move. So you will help me with something that is coming up really quickly and is really important if you donate through Throne. And also you'll get the money into my hands a lot quicker, and it'll be spent a lot quicker that way. And it's all I've got on there now. Usually I have stuff to crowdsource stuff to make the stream better. This microphone was paid by viewers like you through Throne. This background, which I don't know, how am I gonna take this with me, chat? How am I gonna take this with me? I might have to buy another one when I get there. Anyway, was paid for through Throne by viewers like you. But right now, all I've got is just the cash gift for if you want to help me out on my journey over to a new land. And also, Twitch. We stream on Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you throw some bits my way, or you sub, or you gift people subs, that also counts towards the dono. The other thing that you can do when you donate is let me know in the chat which of these topics you are feeling tonight, which of these topics you want to see me cover, and I will make sure to, just like I did for Shakespeare and just like I did for Omega Star, I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So you'll actually be able to buff the results of the poll just a little bit, should you so choose. And with that, chat, I have probably I don't know what that means, Forbesy. I haven't watched Non-Compete in years. They had some good videos. Yeah, they have some good puppets. That's for sure. Have you watched the Hasan interviewing AOC and Bernie? That's on the Dono Goal, actually, Woody Red. So, yeah, make sure to let me know when you donate if that's what you want to see. Right now, it's winning. Right now, it's #1. So, we may very likely get that. We may very likely get 2 topics. I might have to stay up extra late. Anyway, like I said, I gotta get to this guy because this guy's crashing out. He's turning into a lolcow right before our eyes. I don't really like to do lolcow content, but it started out as being Israel-Palestine content, and we gotta follow it through to the natural conclusion. But I don't know. I thought that maybe the crew had gotten to Ethan and had convinced him to do less of the crash out, to do less of the obsession on Hasan. But no, he's back in the war room, and we gotta watch. If he's in the war room, then we gotta Warzone. We gotta watch. Anyway, chat, it's Warzone time. Let's get to the topic at hand. Oh wait, no, Patreons! I gotta thank my Patreons! I'm gonna do it really fast. My Patreons support me with a monthly donation, which I greatly appreciate at times like this, right? And, you know, with people like President Sunday losing his monetization, I really appreciate people who support me in that way, in a way that doesn't rely on YouTube, right? Because, you know, as much as, you know, this can be taken away from you just that fast. So, yeah, everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos when they come out. They get access early, and they get access that is uncensored and unredacted, right? So you get an early release version of the video that still has the cuss words in it and might have a few extra scenes in it. And you get it early, right? That's a bonus for sure. At the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do those fancy shouts out now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxpia, who's in chat right now. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to My Goggles. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out for Zara Xerix, for Rachel K, and for Omega Star. With that, for real, chat, we're gonna get to the Ethan crash out. Are you ready? Are you ready to ride this crash out with me? All right, hang on tight. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Ethan Klein crash out number I don't know, chat. Number 75 or something. It feels like we've watched a few of these.
Hasan finally addressed one of my great. What are you eating? Is that Crave?
He decided to
Fruit Loops.
You like it? Have you had it before?
Saying is that he only talked.
So Hasan finally addresses the biggest elephant in the room, the housekeeper. He was trying to avoid it too, as I understand.
Are you calling his mom an elephant? Ethan, you're getting worse and worse. Seriously, what the fuck? Like, if you don't know, the housekeeper that Ethan is talking about is somebody that he met while he was in Hasan's house. And it may very likely be, you know, if it was the person cooking chicken, it was very likely his mother, because Hasan's mom likes to cook for her son. He's, you know, in his mid-30s, but she still likes to cook for him. And so anyway, when he's talking about Hasan's housekeeper, you know, he's talking about this mysterious person that cooks the chicken for Hasan. He seems to think that it is an undocumented person and said so on stream in the Trump administration. Hey, look, were there to be a situation in which Hasan did actually hire like an undocumented worker, Ethan is potentially, getting ice called on Hasan's house, right? To go check that out and like right there, they've got a what's it called? Quota. They got a quota that they got to fill. Trump is telling them to, like, they got to kick at least this many people out every day. So they're going for everybody and anybody. They are not sticking to people who are violent criminals or criminals at all. And there's no due process, right? So even if you are an American citizen, if you look like you might not be, you can get thrown out of the country. You can get a free ticket to a fucking to an El Salvadoran prison, in which case you will be forced to do slave labor and your human rights will be nada, right? This is but yeah, so assuming that Ethan even believes what he's saying, he's being like horrible. He's being wildly irresponsible. But no, people have assumed that the person that cooks Hasan chicken, is often his mom. If Ethan met somebody that was cooking chicken, that's very likely who it was. He assumed it was Hasan's housekeeper. We haven't really heard a lot about this since Ethan made his accusations. Hasan hasn't reacted to this, but Hasan did actually react to it now that it is part of the subject of the, what is it called? This other video. This is the soft take.
Chicken. His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is they
that he only talked.
Anyway, yeah, the soft take has a new video called "Is This Power Abuse or Still Comedy?" It's about Ethan Klein. It's mainly about Ethan Klein using his power as a large creator on YouTube and a podcast host to go after random people on Reddit and just anybody that pisses him off, right? And kind of, doing the worst kind of behavior that a content creator should do. Now, chat, when we talk about other content creators, especially if I'm going to talk about a smaller content creator that's done something not great, I'm going to always let you know, and I'll even let you know this now with Ethan. Don't harass Ethan. People are going to come off looking bad many times in my coverage. This is not an invitation for you to go and mess with them or post on their, social media or anything like that. I don't want you doing that. That's the responsible thing for a content creator to do. Now, it's less important for somebody like me that is still a random small streamer chick, and more important for somebody who is a larger content creator such as Ethan, but he does the opposite. He eggs his Foopa Troopas on, and they go and do horrible shit to people. They harass the fuck out of people, right? He's using his stands to the extent that he still has them to and it's almost like a Trumpian thing that Ethan is doing. And in fact, you're going to see more and more parallels between Ethan and Trump that I'm sure he's not comfortable with, but it's true. Davy Cliff says, I mean, it's not that weird to have a maid. A lot of Middle Eastern cultures genuinely could be like a distant cousin or a family friend. Well, there's not a person who's hired to cook Hasan's chicken unless you count DoorDash, which he's about to get into. So yeah, we've had the accusations from Ethan. Like, he says he's been over to Hasan's house and he met this mysterious chicken cook, and he's, basically like, who's cooking your chicken? Who's cooking your chicken, Hasan? Huh? Are you paying them? Are you cutting them in? Like, he's trying to find hypocrisy, saying that Hasan can't be a socialist, right? That with things like a producer and an editor, he doesn't just pay those people, he cuts them into the business that he's running, right? So he's, treating them less like employees and more like stakeholders in the company. And so Ethan is like, well, the chicken that you eat on stream is helping you do the show, so shouldn't you also cut the person that cooks your chicken in? And from all we can tell, like, if you're asking who cooks Hasan chicken, a lot of times it's his mom. Anyway, let's see what Hasan has to say on this. Thank you for the super chat, Davi.
Talks about this stuff when there's going on in his life. Like, he was being sued by his maid. So he's like, yeah, guess what, dude? This is what's going on.
For a translator.
So I dropped a bomb on Instagram stories yesterday that
Thanks for the
since
bomb.
our friendship was a farce, I have zero problem discussing these things. I put out a question before, who's making his chicken? People have been wondering what makes his...
Did you hear Ethan say, like, just like off the top of the dome, what makes his chicken? I mean, assuming that Ethan thinks that this is a undocumented person, the fact that he would ask it as a what and not a who is really strange. And maybe even a little bit telling. I don't know, chat. What makes his chicken?
Who's making his chicken? His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is... They really think his mom is just slaving away.
Look, if you're going to get talked about by Ethan Klein, you're going to get dehumanized. So we've come to expect this shit.
A grown-ass woman with a job who...
For someone who claims to watch enough of my content, I find it rather shocking that Ethan didn't hit me on what actually he could get motion on, which is that I'm a serial abuser of Uber Eats. Okay? That's what's so funny about this process, is that he thinks that I have like a permanent live-in maid that's cooking me every day and then making food and placing it in various different containers, such as plastic containers that have Oh No Hawaiian Barbecue on it, like branded stuff.
Who apparently just got a PhD, like she's like a real ass person with a life. She's just at home cooking chicken for her son all day. So
Look, there's a difference between somebody being treated as a fucking trad wife, right? There's a difference between like a woman being denied the ability to be a real person because she is a woman and her life having to resolve around, you know, her husband and her, you know, children. And you know, a mom that stays with her son, I don't know, lives with her son. I'm not sure exactly what their arrangement is. All I know is that she's there a lot, and that oftentimes when she is there, she will bring Hasan a plate of food, sometimes chicken. But this isn't actually that weird, right?
Galbi, bir gelsene. Galbi, I want you to just wave at the camera from over there, if you can. There you go. No, just no reason. I just wanted you to... There's people who question whether or not
The chicken fell off? What, fell off the bone?
You're at my house. It's okay. You can go back to your work. Okay, well, now you got Kaya riled up.
they're calling me a liar, which is good because it means that if it's true, which it is, it might affect their opinion of him. I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady. She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full
It does sound a little bit like the old Abbott and Costello bit, General Public. You're right.
time, I believe. Hasan grunts and uses Google to talk to her. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked some questions. I was like, is she... I think she's undocumented, which is... I don't know that for sure, but that was...
Again, if you're ever in a situation to say something publicly about someone and the words, I think they're undocumented, come out of your mouth, you are possibly subjecting someone to inhuman torture. And you should think about that. Like, that's fucking wild. This is why I don't think that I don't even think he necessarily believes what he's saying.
my oppression. Take advantage
Like,
of
as bad as Ethan Klein would like ratting somebody out to ICE, it kind of seems like that would be a bridge too far. Maybe? Am I wrong?
I would have got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
And on top of that, he demands Hasan to reveal his supposed housekeeper's wage. While Ethan spreads this misguided narrative around.
Ethan, I don't know if you know this, but like Narwhal says, some moms, like, they want you to eat their food. They will make you eat, like, I don't know, like, like, not everybody has a mom like this, but some moms are like, yeah, I cooked you this and you're going to eat it.
Here is
and if you don't eat it, we're going to have problems, right? If you don't eat my food that I cooked for you, we're going to have problems.
streamer who has also been to Hasan's house.
Cinderella, Austin, Will.
I've been there. Wait, am I not a real Hasan friend? Did I not get the full Hasan house experience? Am I not cool enough to meet the enslaved migrant Hispanic, only Spanish speaking housekeeper who's undocumented?
Could it be that Ethan just saw Hasan's mom, took one look at her, and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant worker that can't speak English?
My suspicion on this, because I asked my mom about this, I was like, were you there? Did you?
Okay, so we're gonna finally get some info from Hasan on this. Hasan, wait. So he's heard of this allegation before. Then, did he? Oh yeah, because Ethan put it on Instagram. So as far as I know, chat, what Hasan absorbs of Ethan's is like anything that is, you know, clipped and put on Twitter, anything, some of the things that are clipped and put on Reddit. You know, that's generally where he'll see what Ethan has said about him. And yeah, anything that's posted on Instagram, generally he sees.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Is it too far? This is all about him justifying slaughter.
Is it too far? Yeah, it started off too far. Good point, Davy Cliff. Good point. Thank you for the super chat.
One look at her and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant worker that can't speak English.
My suspicion on this, because I asked my mom about this, I was like, were you there? Did you meet Ethan? And I don't think she met Ethan. So my suspicion is most likely that Ethan met one of the contractors that my mom from time to time will bring over. There's also a person that does handyman work around the house. It's not just Marat. Every now and again, when broken, I have landscapers that I also have contracted, okay? A guy that comes in once a week to work on the pool. Like that in and of itself, I think, tilted him in this direction.
Just want to quickly say, I have been to a Turkish household before, and yes, it is absolute that a Turkish mother will cook an entire meal for their child.
Yeah, but the notion that my mom isn't around or isn't cooking me meals every now and then is ridiculous. Genuinely.
Even when their son is like a fully grown adult. But that isn't the point. It isn't about whether Hasan has a housekeeper or not. Maybe he does. Who cares? The real issue is that Ethan is spreading a baseless claim, prying into Hasan's private life in bad faith. Personal matters like this aren't public property, and being a public figure doesn't erase someone's right to privacy.
How does it feel to have a mom who loves you? I'm very fortunate. Your mom was literally bringing in people off the street during the fires? Yeah, I know. She was trying to
Chat, I hope I have a mom that loves me. I need to talk to her.
Do that. Hey, Izmir plumber, you got to stop stuffing paper toilets into the tower, clogging the pipes.
I haven't told my parents that I'm leaving. I haven't told my sister.
So crazy. It's also crazy to like, even if you personally suspected that someone working at my house was undocumented, which is not the case. But even if you personally suspected that, why the would you say that under the Trump administration? Are you insane? Like that's, you didn't think.
This is what I was saying. It's just like, these are words that should never fucking come out of your mouth. If you care about people as human beings, this kind of shit should never come out of your mouth, right? I mean, it's one thing if you're saying it, like, I don't know, in a conversation. Like, even that I'd be worried about. I mean, but as a large content creator, fuck no.
You didn't think even a little bit about this when you were just like chirping about this on stream? You're talking about people calling CPS to your house, which I think is completely unacceptable. Like, ridiculous shit, right? You didn't consider that, like, that could potentially cause ICE to come to my house. Yeah, they're gonna lock up my.
So chat, the story about my parents, for anybody that doesn't, know, I got back in touch with them through my sister after years of us not talking. They weren't super happy about how I was living my life for various reasons that some of you probably can figure out. And I just didn't want to have that conversation with them. So I finally did. We made nice and everything, and we were supposed to get you were supposed to start, you know, you have a conversation, maybe have them come out and visit sometime, and then COVID hit, and everything went to shit. And they didn't get back to me, and my sister wasn't getting back to me, and I wasn't very good at getting back. Like everything got fucked up during COVID. And I've talked to my sister since then and said, "Hey, we really need to do this, right? It's been way too long." And she's a very busy. She's a mother and a very busy lady, like, right? So it's the cats in the cradle, basically. It's cats in the cradle syndrome. All right. And it needs to, I don't know. There's gotta be, I'm going to bring them out or something. I don't know.
Mom.
I'm going to bring them out to where I'm moving. That's what I'm going to do.
Or the landscaper or anyone with the hopes that they nabbed somebody.
Assuming that they haven't become like massive right wingers in the interim. They were holding out though. When I last checked, they were holding out. They live in a very Trumpified area. And they were burning bridges with people that were friends of theirs that had voted for Trump. They were like not about it. So hopefully that held out and didn't change the 2024 election.
And then ship him off to El Salvador.
Even if these details aren't inherently damning, Ethan is still pushing a narrative to make Hasan seem inconsistent or hypocritical, shaping public perception to fit his own agenda. And then
on Monday, they claimed your parents don't live with you and you probably own multiple houses. Why would I own multiple houses? I live rent-free in his mind, it seems. Even past all this, isn't he in a lawsuit for wrongful termination? Yes, that's why he said that.
He throws shit out like that. He throws shit out like, yeah, no, Hasan, he owns multiple houses. His mom's a landlord. His, like, you know, all this shit that, like, half of it later, Ethan has to walk back.
Because the reason why he said that is because, like, he wanted to move the attention from his audience that would have cared about this, his own personal issue, and then turned around and, like, started talking about my family, which I think is crazy. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? There are unwritten, unspoken rules, right?
No, general public. I think I was talking about my parents and talking about how they have lost some friendships over them not liking Trump. They live in a very Trump area.
In even like YouTube drama sphere shit, where like you're not supposed to take it to the kiwi farms level. You know what I mean?
Hasan actually owns a southern plantation and drinks mint juleps on the veranda. That's right.
This is obsessive. This is straight up kiwi farm. Talk about Hasan, don't talk about his family. Exactly. It just blows my mind, dude.
We also have Ethan endorsing harassment.
For somebody that's so mad about, like, you know, this drama having real life consequences for him, or, you know, his family getting pulled into it, for somebody that bitches as much as he does about that, you would think that maybe Ethan would leave Hasan's family out of this, but no.
Reddit employees and their families.
Or I'll say there's a reason why I don't, like, I rarely ever bring up my family. I talk about them every now and then, or my private life in general. It's because I already have a bunch of rabid haters. What the like, I don't want them to be unjustifiably targeted.
Can we find that Bill? I feel like there's a Bill Burr clip that is begging to be watched here.
Smeared and attacked. Like, it's crazy. I can deal with it. Remember when they tried to say your father was a billionaire? They still do. Grok says it too. It's really funny. Someone was like, at Grok, what is Hasan's father's net worth? And Grok was like, Hasan's father has $5 billion. It's so stupid.
Say this. I do want to say Steve Huffman, Jen Wong, Drew Valero, do you think that is? Yeah. Christopher Slow. I would very much not want you to experience how terrible it is to have a snark subreddit.
The greatest.
The greatest guy sitting across from you right now.
I know. What is this? You've probably heard this a lot, that people say that dentists are like, I don't know why that got so flat.
I love how surprised he is. Jeez.
Well,
all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many.
But when he came home, yeah, he was cracking the whip.
So here's why I think that Bill Burr, that Ethan Klein should know better than to talk about people's families.
I mean, I was too little. Yeah, no, my dad actually at.
Oh, it seems like you're in love with your daughter, hearing you talk about her on the podcast.
Jesus Christ! Well, you're pretty perceptive. It's like you care about your own child.
Listen, more than that, okay? Because again, you're this character. You gush over your daughter. Not everyone gushes. Did your dad gush over you?
I mean, I was too little. Yeah, no, my dad actually at work did. At work, that's when I learned, like, oh my God, yeah, he really likes us. But when he came home, yeah, he was cracking the whip. How's your bed made? You do your studies? Well, why not? You know, it was that shit. And he also had a zillion kids, so I mean, yeah.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're a large public figure, or even if you're not such a large public figure, you're going to have parasocial weirdos and haters and all kinds of people on the internet trying to, pry into your personal life and talking about that stuff is just not that can actually come back and hurt you and hurt people. More importantly, hurt people that you care about.
It will
by all means, keep talking about it. Is there any way you can cut this out? I'm honest, dude. Like,
seriously?
Yeah, no, dude. There's fucking lunatics out there.
Okay.
Whoa.
Off the air, I'll tell you.
All right.
Jeez. I love how surprised he is. Jeez.
Well, you can mention the amount.
Absolutely crazy people out there.
Bunkmaster call, my social anxiety spikes watching this. Yeah. Well, Ethan is he has a way of doing just the most uncomfortable interactions you can imagine.
Digging into you and everyone close to you.
Like, the irony is completely lost on him, where he thinks like this video basically covering this in sequence kind of exposes the inherent hypocrisy of like his actions, and then how he's like turning around and being like, yeah, I'm going to do that to everyone. Not ever considering that
rules for me, not for thee.
Maybe consistently doing that is the reason why a lot of people also come after you in ways that are completely ridiculous and completely unacceptable. This is precisely what I was talking about with the CPS when people were mad at me, when they're like, Hasan, or his audience was
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. The lovely Nia.
The lovely Nia? Thank you for the super chat, Davi. Wait, the lovely Nia? What am I missing? I feel like I should.
mad at me, and I think Ethan was mad at me too, where I was like, I don't think this is even remotely appropriate. I don't think it's remotely acceptable to call CPS on a YouTuber that you don't like. I think it's ridiculous. You're doing harm to the children. I think Ethan's children are significantly better off being with Ethan, regardless of his opinions, regardless of whatever the doing. And I would never justify an action like that because I'm not Ethan Klein, is what I said. And people were like, oh, how does he not realize?
Oh, Bill Burr's wife.
Okay. Ethan at all when defending himself.
Oh God. Do people do that? Yeah, they do, don't they? Do they do the thing with Bill Burr that they did with like Ethan and iDubbbz, where they're like, they say that he went woke and they blame his wife. They say that he's controlled by his, is it that thing? Is that kind of thing?
Reason why Ethan is getting CPS called on him. It's like, how do you not understand this?
Oh, wait.
My point is,
wait, didn't she like flip off Trump or Musk or something at a basketball game?
I think consistently, obsessively going after every single person every single day is unironically drawing a ton of negative attention towards them and their immediate family members. And it's what Ethan is doing every day. And there's evidence for it, like right here.
And organizing harassment in real life and online everywhere you go, because that, I just don't want that for anybody. It would suck to make a snark subreddit about the leadership of Reddit.
That probably exists the way that you just
think
said
so?
That. I mean,
well, let's
there's
go
nothing
join.
Redditors love more than complaining about Reddit.
I don't think so. I think we might be starting a movement. But if there is one, then God bless, let's join. You know what I mean? Let's join the movement.
I won't be joining that.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Considering Ethan has a massive platform, he is playing with fire by pointing out specific individuals and entertaining the idea of targeting them.
Yeah, he does. He does encourage harassment. I don't want people to harass Ethan Klein. I've said this time and time again.
All right, chat, just really quick, not to do, I know I'm doing too many sidebars here, but You want to see Bill Burr's wife being based? There she is. There she is with the double finger salute. So good. So good. One more time. Boom. And Kid Rock's standing right there too. Yo. Unbelievably based.
I don't. I think it's ridiculous. Ethan, on the other hand, does encourage this harassment. Like, there was a dude that rolled up on what's his face? The Twitch CEO Dan Clancy, and he posted the clip on his Instagram. You're rewarding people for going out in the real world and just like targeting your enemies, dude. There's a million CEOs that you could be making out to be an enemy before you arrive at the CEO of Twitch, okay? That is insane to me. Like, there are, the words of Bill Burr, there's dudes who, you know, own, there's dudes who privatize water, okay? There's healthcare CEOs out there, and his gripe is with the CEO of Twitch.
The passive
It was a lady, sir. Oh, I didn't watch the video. I just saw.
aggressive justification of saying
Would very much not want you to experience
is an indirect encouragement of scrutiny and potential harassment. With his audience influence, even a vague suggestion can inspire people to take action. Whether
There's like actually anti-Semitic CEOs that own social media platforms. Elon Musk. Elon Musk is now a part of the federal government. He is literally a Sig Heiling neo-Nazi who owns Twitter. Okay? And instead of talking about that guy, you're like, you know,
Can I change my vote? It says Tempotronica. I think you could maybe convince somebody who hasn't voted. Oh my god, chat, did you unlock the trampoline? I believe you unlocked the trampoline. Let me get that out for you.
who is the real, you know who's a real anti-Semite? Dan Clancy. Why is he anti-Semitic? Because he won't deplatform people that I want him to deplatform, even though he does deplatform them sometimes. But even then, it's not hard enough.
whether he explicitly commands it or not.
This was sent to my sister today. She's 16 years old. They haven't slowed down. This is the type of my family receives every single day.
This is a form of intimidation rather than constructive criticism. Encouraging a mob mentality can incite people to actively participate in targeting individuals. While Ethan and his fans may argue that this isn't doxing because the names were already public, the issue is how he framed it, which is problematic and falls into a gray area of targeted exposure, a form of soft doxing. Just because something is publicly available doesn't mean it's ethical.
Targeted exposure
In a way that could lead to harassment.
Does that make sense to everyone? Targeted exposure as opposed to doxing. So right, doxing is if you're just like, you know, out and out about it, like, you know, this is the person's information, you know, go get them or whatever, right? But targeted exposure is if you kind of just happen to show it, and then, you know, if somebody brings it up. Fucking damn it. All right, there we go. Like, targeted exposure is when you're, you know, showing somebody's information in kind of a happenstance way, you know, and then sort of act like, oops, oh my gosh, is that their information? Whoopsie. Well, it was available online, or it was already online or something, like, right? It's that kind of bullshit.
by super chatted $10. Bill Burr said he didn't use lotion until his wife showed him that he also has dry skin, but never noticed because he's so pale. She's done so much for his skin alone.
She's moisturized him. She's moisturized this man. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature, and the moisture, and the reminder for everyone to moisturize.
Executives at Reddit aren't the same as celebrities or politicians. They likely don't expect or want their names amplified in a way that could lead to direct targeting on a personal level. Not only does he dox public figures, but he also doxes private individuals. On the 27th of February, Ethan Klein posted a picture.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, so basically Ethan has exposed a bunch of people's information in front of his audience in a way that's very likely resulted in harassment. Moisten your eyes? I don't know. Is that good for you? I never knew that, chat. Is it good? The eye moistener, is that good for you? Like, is that good overall? Because I know there's even some people that have some reservations about skin moisturizing, like how you do it, that certain moisturizers make your skin like dependent on the moisturizer. Obviously also, you know, stay hydrated. That's another way to stay moisturized, or to, you know, increase your moisturization. Bernie, I need America's good grandpa, not the evil ones we are forced to look at for. Yeah, right? We could have had such a different future, chat. We'd had a different firebrand maverick politician take hold.
Picture of the David Star tattoo. One person wrote, I used to.
Anyway, let's get back to the Ethan thing. I just wanted to show you that is Hasan's response to Ethan's allegations, which I think that he didn't know about for a long time. Oh, wait, is there one more thing that we got to show? I feel like his mom is... Oh, wait, here we go. We'll just look up mom.
Was making chicken. His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is they really think his
be that Ethan just saw can't speak English.
My suspicion that Ethan met one of the
entire meal for their child.
Yeah, but the notion that my mom isn't around or isn't cooking me meals every now and then is ridiculous. Genuinely.
Even when their son is like a fully grown adult. But that isn't the point. It isn't about whether Hasan has a housekeeper or not. Maybe he does. Who cares? The real issue is that Ethan is spreading a baseless claim, prying into Hasan's private life in bad faith. Personal matters like this aren't public property, and being a public figure doesn't erase someone's right to privacy.
How does it feel to have a mom who loves you? I'm very fortunate. Your mom was literally bringing in people off the street during the fires? Yeah, I know. She was trying to do that. Hey, it's me, your plumber. You got to stop stuffing paper toilets into the tower, clogging the pipes. It's also crazy. It's also crazy to like, even if you personally suspected that someone working at my house was undocumented, which is not the case. But even if you personally suspected that, why the f would you say that under the Trump administration? Are you insane? Like that's you didn't think even a little bit about this when you were just like chirping about this?
Unsettling to a personal level, he begins to look at his mom's pictures, dragging innocent family members into the situation.
Here's his mom.
It's like somebody else's
that for
mom.
her. You know what? F him.
Mom menacingly. The silent moments are deafening, and that occasional
I love it.
threats, which is just what happened. Here is a lovely DM he received from somebody.
So shout out to Ethan Klein, that my mom, who is an art teacher at an impoverished public school, has to deal with this shit. You are truly the morally superior YouTuber.
See, the power imbalance here also creates a culture of fear. The person he just doxed has below 200 followers. Just an average person. Ethan has millions.
Galby, I want you to just wave at the camera.
Okay, wait. So did we see this?
Oh no, Hawaiian barbecue on it, like branded. Good stuff.
Who apparently just got a PhD. Like, she's like a real ass person with a life. She's just at home cooking chicken for her son all day. So
Anne! Galby, bir gelsene. Galby, I want you to just wave at the camera from over there, if you can. There you go.
So that's Hasan's mom's arm.
No, just no reason. I just wanted you to. There's people who question whether or not you're at my house. It's okay. You can go back to your work. Okay, well, now you got Kaya riled up.
Kaya's all riled up.
liar, which is good, because it means that if it's true, which it is, it might affect their opinion of him. I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady. She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full-time, I believe. Hasan grunts and uses Google to talk to her. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked some questions. I was like, is she... I think she's undocumented, which is... I don't know that for sure, but that was my impression. Take advantage of people. I would have gone got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
And on top of that, he demands Hasan to reveal his supposed housekeeper's wage. While Ethan spreads this misguided narrative around, here is a Twitch streamer who has also been to Hasan's house.
Cinderella, Austin, Will.
I've been there. What am I not?
Okay, so that's Sean the Black. Apparently that's not good enough. Apparently Ethan wants to, you know, he's trying to say, like, you know, he's asking Hasan's friends to, like, back him up that there's a housekeeper.
A real Hasan friend? Did I not get the full Hasan house experience? Am I not cool enough to meet the enslaved migrant Hispanic only Spanish speaking housekeeper who's
Anyway, I just wanted to make sure. I think we already got that, but I wanted to make sure that if we hadn't, I showed you Hasan's mom is actually there at the time. So we'll see what Ethan's going to respond to this. He's going to react to this. We will see how he copes with the fact that his conspiracy theory about Chickengate, chat, Chicken Anon has just been debunked. How will he cope with this?
It, but he was reading chat and kind of accidentally read it out loud and then was kind of forced to talk about it.
Ooh, I don't know about that, Ethan. I kind of think that the video that he's watching covers you making those accusations. It wasn't a chat. I don't know where he's getting this. It's a chatter, right? It's literally in the video. Like, I mean, he might have been aware of the accusations before then, but, like, they're trying to make it look like Hasan, you know, had to respond to it because like, look, we've got some Hasan viewers, especially in Twitch chat. All right. We got some Hasan viewers. All right. Can you tell me if Hasan didn't want to respond to one chatter, would that be a difficult thing? If he didn't respond to a chatter, would it be weird? Would it cause him any problems? Do you know what I'm saying? Like a chat. We got to get Brace on the case of what? Chicken Anon? We got to get True Anon to cover that. Yeah, exactly. Like Hasan's chat, if you don't know, moves extremely fast. It's not, yeah, there's like the idea that it was like, oh, a chatter brought it up, so he had to say something. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about the chicken situation because he knows he's wrong. He knows he's a fake socialist, chat, because he pays a undocumented worker to come over and cook the chicken. He didn't want to be exposed like that.
So here's Hasan explaining why he has what I perceived and not perceived. I was literally, thank you, Nate. I was literally told by Hasan that she's a full-time housekeeper. And so here's Hasan's explanation for that.
Saying is that he only talks about this stuff when there's shit going on in his life.
So, as far as Ethan's claim and what backs it up at this point, I believe that it's just trust me, bro. Just trust me.
Like he was being.
And so here's Hasan's perceived. I was literally, thank you, Nate. I was literally told by Hasan that she's a full-time housekeeper.
I was told by Hasan that she's a full-time housekeeper. Source, Ethan Klein's lying ass.
And so here's Hasan's explanation for that.
Saying is that he only talks about this stuff when there's shit going on in his life. Like he was being sued by his maid. So he's like, yeah, guess what, dude? This is what's going on.
Strange that comes up, you know, literally as a distraction. As a distraction for claims of mistreatment or, you know, whatever was in that lawsuit from somebody who worked for Ethan Klein. That's when it comes up. Oh, yeah, by the way, Hasan's got a maid and blah, 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 blah. I bet she's undocumented, right?
A translator.
So I dropped a bomb on Instagram.
That would be true if I was avoiding talking.
Oh, why did he dye his hair black? They had a subathon, right? Apparently Ethan was not getting enough of his audience's money. And so he had people who, I don't know, 99% of whom make far less than Ethan are like donating money to get everybody subs. to reach these goals. And one of the goals was like Ethan will dye his hair black. One of the goals is Ethan gets taped to the wall. One of the goals was, I'm trying to remember. Oh, they shaved his eyebrows, didn't they? I think they shaved his eyebrows. So it was just, you know, a bunch of weird shit that he would do if he reached like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 subs, etc.
About that, I literally will talk and answer and say anything, any question.
Oh yeah, reminder. I'm glad this reminded me to say, chat. If you're having trouble making ends meet, I do appreciate, you know, support. I do, you know, I am able to bring the show to you by virtue of support of viewers like you. But if you're the person that is struggling to get by yourself, that needs to take care of themselves and their loved ones, don't consider that applying to you, right? You know, people in this chat are very generous, and if you're not, you know, like if you take care of yourself first, obviously, right? I would hate it to think that somebody that's in a worse situation than me was, you know, giving money that they should keep for themselves. So always take care of yourselves first, okay? I just, you know, I don't say that enough, but it, you know, reminds me to say that because of the exploitation I'm seeing from H3 of their own community. I never want to be like that, chat. I never want to be like that.
You know what I mean?
We've all got tough times, and you know, you can see my tough times on stream, but just always remember to take care of yourself first.
Like that, it's just not true. Whatever you got, man.
Instagram stories yesterday that
Thanks for the
since
bomb.
our friendship was a farce, I have zero problem discussing
walk,
these things.
punk.
I put out a question before: who's making his chicken? People have been wondering what makes
Nice chair react. At least he's in the room.
was making his chicken.
And never, I don't want anybody to ever feel bad about watching the stream if they're not able to contribute. You watch the stream; it's here for you too. Okay, it's here for you too. I don't want anybody to ever.
His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is they really think his mom is just slaving away all day. A grown-ass woman with a job.
For someone who claims to watch enough of my content, I find it rather
I didn't claim that.
shocking that Ethan didn't hit me on.
You know, we want you here, chat. No matter what your financial status is, whatever your financial situation is, and remember that you can always help me out with just hitting that like button. Like that does a lot. Thumb Gang is invaluable, which is to say extremely valuable, towards getting my content out to a wider audience. So every time you hit that like button, you're potentially bringing new people in there. And don't think I don't appreciate that. Don't think I don't appreciate that, right? Anytime you leave a comment, hit the like button, all that stuff, right? That helps me out a lot. So never feel like you're, you know, not, you know what I mean?
Actually, he could get motion on, which is that I'm a serial abuser of Uber Eats.
Oh my God, bro. She literally brought you plates of chicken. Why do I care if you order Uber Eats?
That doesn't...
You do way worse shit than that. Way more. Yeah, you do way more hypocritical shit than that.
I mean, it's not really related. You say...
Because that's where the chicken's coming from half the time. Do you think that Ethan really can't figure that out? Do you think that Ethan really can't figure out that that's why he's saying it? Right? If you wanna go for, you know, the thing about the chicken, yeah, you know, I'm using a and it is a concern, right? The gig economy is extremely exploitative. But yeah, it's kind of a weird thing because, you know, not, you know, I don't know if boycotting like Uber Eats necessarily helps anyone, but obviously a lot of the employees for these gig economy companies aren't getting treated like they should be. They're not getting health care, and they're not getting paid enough.
He has a housekeeper.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean you're not gonna order Uber.
Yeah, that's
So,
true. It's also not doesn't
I don't know what's the
disqualify.
two.
Yeah, totally.
Like that's what's so funny.
Why doesn't he just
about
admit
this
it?
process is
Why
that
does he got to do all this?
he thinks
Just,
that
it's fine, bro. You're rich. You can afford it. It's a great luxury to have. It's good. You know. Just
Ethan has never thought. Ethan has never thought about the situation of an Uber driver that you know, when he orders stuff. It's wild. It's incomprehensible to him for anybody to think about that. Wow.
Then let her clean your house, man. That's how we do it, right?
That I have like a permanent live-in maid that's cooking me every day.
Hold on, I never said live-in. Okay.
You never said live-in.
I didn't. No.
You said full time. That's probably where the misunderstanding's coming from.
I think she's.
I don't think that
live-in.
word even came out of your mouth ever.
Never. No.
Live
He always
in.
does that. He goes.
Yeah.
Then making fucking food and placing it in various different containers, such as plastic containers that have Hawaiian.
Didn't say any of that shit.
What
yeah,
is he talking about?
You can eat it out of whatever container you want, man. I don't know what fucking. Yeah, I never accused you of hiding it in Uber Eats food, bro.
Barbecue on it, like branded. Good stuff.
Who apparently just got a PhD. Like she's like a real ass person with a life. She's just at home cooking chicken for her son all day. So
Anne.
Born Standy, super chatted $10. Heart hands.
Born Standin, thank you for the super chat, and heart hands back to you. It's really sweet.
Anne. Gel bir gelsene. Gel bir. I want you to just wave at the camera from over there, if you can. There you go.
Her mom.
No, just no reason.
His mom is there, you guys.
There's people who question whether or not you're at my house.
So what is your conspiracy theory going to be, right? That Hasan called his mom and said, you have to come over here now. I'm buying your plane ticket. Ethan is so watched. $2 for the Noah Samson video. Will do, Dead Whiskey, and thank you for the super chat.
He definitely planned this for when
At
she was
my
there.
house doesn't mean you live in my house. That's
Bro, she doesn't live there. She's like a professor in like New Jersey or something. She has like a real job. But by the way, you're showing.
Oh my God, does it blow your mind that there's women who have real jobs and they like to cook for their kid? And it's not just that they like to cook for their kid. Like, you know, it's the kind of situation like that they're like, no, you're gonna eat this. You're gonna eat this.
Your mom's there. The accusation is that I must.
And if you don't eat this, we're gonna have trouble. We're gonna have problems, right? He's so detached from like. I mean, this isn't that bizarre of a situation. Like to have a parent that lives with you is not that bizarre of a situation. And you have a parent who you know wants to cook for you because they're your. I mean, Chad, they're supposed to love you. Yeah?
Your housekeeper for your mom. So are you saying your mom is your housekeeper?
I'm sorry. What?
Don't worry about it. All right.
I don't think Hasan is from what I heard from this. Hasan's not claiming that Ethan mistook his mom for his housekeeper, because it sounds like after talking to her, you know, she never met Ethan.
It's okay. You can go back to your work.
You're dismissed.
Okay. Well, now you got Kaya riled up.
Well, you're mad at your mom?
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's treating his mom really badly. He's being so mean, chat. He's such an ungrateful kid. After she cooks that chicken for him, I mean, doesn't cook that chicken for him because it's the full-time maid, the full-time housekeeper that cooks the chicken. Whoops. He's not keeping his lies straight, is he? This is the problem with lying, chat. You know, people say, Hasan says that lying is overpowered. And it may be true in the case of Trump where, you know, the media just lets people get away with shit like that, where there's a memory hole. But when it comes to daily life, it's usually, you know, if you lie, then you got to remember your lie and make sure that the other stuff that you say is consistent with that lie. Otherwise, that lie will become very obvious and people will realize you're a fucking liar. And for Ethan Klein, people outside of his little parasocial nest, that happened a long time ago when people realized how full of shit this guy is.
Okay, Kaya, please.
My God, he's such a fucking mess.
He's such
he's a mess. That's right. He's the one who's a mess. He's crashing out.
Oh,
He's a joker.
Oh no, he's the one that's a joke. That's right. That's why Ethan attacked Snark. Oh yeah, because Snark holds him, you know, keeps him honest, sort of.
He's a joker.
they're calling me a liar, which is good because it means that if it's true, which it is, it might affect their opinion of him. I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady. She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full-time, I believe. Hasan grunts and uses Google to talk to her. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her.
Okay, the grunt and uses Google was me doing a joke. He does use Google to talk to her, but he isn't talking great.
What's the joke, Ethan? What's the joke? That Hasan's a caveman? I don't get it. I don't get it. What's the joke? If it's a joke, it should be funny, right? You're a comedian, right? What's the joke, Ethan? Explain the joke, please. Ethan claiming having loving parents is inherently antisocial. Well, yeah, he's like claiming that it's, I don't know, like anti-left wing or something. That it's like
grunts like a caveman. I'm gonna be honest about my hyper.
I'm glad you clarified on that point.
Yeah, I mean, nobody
okay.
thought he was like.
Yeah, hyperbolic, right? So if it's hyperbolic, then what does he actually do? That's kind of like a grunt that you're exaggerating to the point of absurdity for comedic effect. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
Like grunting to her.
I did. I believe Jay.
Well, you did say that.
He
That's
uses,
what he does.
uses Google Translate to talk to her.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I asked him questions. I was like, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know for sure, but that was my impression. To take advantage of people, I would have gone got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
And on top of that, he demands Hasan to reveal his supposed housekeeper's wage.
And then notice, by the way, that he's once...
Wow. He's like, I didn't know we could get undocumented housekeepers. If I had known that, I would have gone out and gotten one. I didn't know we could do this. Is that okay? I thought I'd be canceled for that. Hasan's got a full-time housekeeper. Oh, I should have done that too. Wait, what is he talking about? He does have a house, or he did have a housekeeper. Oh my God.
Once again, watching someone else who's critiquing my video and framing it in like the most pro Hasan way possible, and he'll watch that.
For Unwed Cats, Teddy Fresh is the ugliest clothes I ever saw.
He
He's
must have watched like
allergic.
10 hours of coverage of the nuke.
He's allergic. Like he cannot just.
So wait, are you admitting that he watched your nuke? Are you admitting that he's taken in all of the accusations?
Put on your video.
No.
That will never happen.
I don't think so. But yet he still manages to watch.
What he wants is for Hasan and Hasan's audience to drown in a maelstrom of lies, right? So when you watch the video, it's like watching Trump, right? Trump just doesn't just tell one lie. Like everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. And so, you know, it lends itself towards a prepared video where you can debunk everything that's happening better than it lends itself to a reaction content. Also, it's not very entertaining. And so watch somebody else react to it and point out the inconsistencies that in all likelihood Hasan has already rebuffed in the form of when they were first introduced in whatever Destiny subreddit that he got them from. But it's more interesting to watch Denims debunk it. It's more interesting to watch Soft Take debuff them. Wow.
And talk about me every single day.
The reason he's inquiring if she was undocumented is so he can hire one and abuse her, just like he did to his last housekeeper. Ethan is a monster.
And spreads this misguided narrative around. Here is a Twitch streamer.
What do you mean misguided narrative? What the fuck does this guy know? You know what I mean? What, you don't know.
More than you, apparently.
Also been to Hasan's house.
Cinderella, Austin, Will.
I've been there. Wait, am I not a real Hasan friend? Did I not get the...
Dude, you're nobody. You haven't been to his house. Who gives a fuck? Maybe you were there. You popped in. Come on, bro. He barely knows who you are. You're literally... This dude is one of the, like, deepest coattail riders there is.
full Hasan house experience?
By the way, I didn't name Sean DeBlack. I named his friends that actually are there all the time, not you. You're literally a nobody. I named Austin and Cutie, Cinderella, and his other friend whose name I forget.
Will Neff.
Will Neff. Those are the people that are there. Like,
yeah, it's funny, as much as he tries to call Sean a nobody, he knows who Sean is. He knows who the fuck Sean is.
On a weekly basis, who have met this person, not Sean DeBlack, who's like some random fucking waiting room guy. So, but showing that as evidence is bananas.
Not cool enough to meet the enslaved migrant Hispanic, only Spanish-speaking housekeeper who's undocumented?
Could it be that...
You know what's funny is that all that's true. I mean, I don't know if she's undocumented, and I regret bringing that up. It doesn't matter. I was trying to make a point that, like, she has no reason.
Yeah, I regret playing with somebody's life. Under circumstances where, you know, people that are undocumented in this country are potentially, or let's expand it, because it's not just people that are undocumented. We've seen the net go wider than that in the Trump administration. People who could be perceived as undocumented live in a world where there are consequences for them that, Ethan, you and I could not possibly fucking imagine. Like, you're so cavalier about an action that could end, if you're correct, and the person you're talking about is undocumented, assuming you even believe what you're saying, right, could end in somebody being disappeared to, you know, a slave labor prison in El Salvador. You can't just like, oh, you know, that was inappropriate. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Oopsie. Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. Think about what you're doing. You got a big platform. You can hurt people. You do hurt people. Stop. If Hasan had a slave, Stavi would have made a joke about it, proving Greek moral superiority. True.
Recourse against him.
And thank you for the super chat.
Housekeeper who's suing me, I've hired legally, and she can sue me. You know, at least she can sue me. Hasan would just call ICE on her. No, he wouldn't. That's a joke.
I'm sorry, dude, but the person that just got ICE is on, you know, like, and here's the thing that sucks, all right? ICE has a quota now. ICE is able to deport people without due process. So somebody who potentially who is in this country legally, but looks to an ICE agent like maybe they're not, like could suffer that fate. They're not doing due process on anybody, right? They're just kicking them the fuck out of the country. And into countries that they don't even come from, right? This is not the time to be fucking around.
Joke. That's a terrible joke. He would do that though.
Like, even like, chat, I don't fucking know that ICE wouldn't take away Hasan's mom. Like, I don't fucking know, right? They're not checking to see what anybody's legal status is. They are not checking anything. He is just, you know, they got a quota of how many people whose lives they've got to ruin and upend in one day, and they got to keep it to it, or else Trump will get mad.
So I think there's a valid point there, but still it's not worth bringing up. But at any rate, what's funny is they talk about it like, can you imagine if all this is true? Like, wow, that's crazy. But it is all true.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he is actually a piece of shit, you guys. He's actually the piece of shit that you guys laugh about him being.
That Ethan just saw Hasan's mom, took one look at her, and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant worker that can't speak English.
They all go with this narrative that it was his mom. It's just unbelievable.
Well, and also, it's demeaning to his mom.
Hasan is a divisive political figure too. Yeah, and I heard he's connected to Shaky Gurga. Anybody else hear that? He's connected to Shaky Gurga. That's the worst thing about Hasan.
Who's apparently like his servant, but also let's see.
Hasan? How dare you have Shaky Gurga as your uncle?
Do you deny it?
My suspicion on this, because I asked my mom about this, I was like, "Were you there? Did you meet Ethan?"
Oh, come on!
And
what a
I don't think she met
liar!
Ethan.
Wait, no one pre-watched to tell him Hasan literally said he doesn't think Ethan ever met his mom? Yeah, the crew is, well, I mean, like, you can imagine. If you're the crew, the Warzone has got to be, like, the least favorite part of your day. The only person, chat, so we're not gonna go back, but before there was the Warzone, they did the Warzone, they did Ethan showing off his watches, and, the crew was fine to talk about Ethan's watch. The one person who wasn't was Hila. Hila was like, when are we going to do the Warzone? Let's get to the Warzone. Can we do the Warzone? Why are we not doing the Warzone yet? And like on one hand, I understand because she wants to get out of there too. But I mean, there's his employees are not super keen on this. Even I mean, they are willing accomplices in a lot of ways, but I think a lot of them know that it's not doing any favors for the show's numbers, and the show's numbers are way fucking down. Way fucking down. He's at 25K. That's the kind of audience that he attracts now. When he started Leftovers with Hasan, he was getting bigger numbers than Hasan. That has flipped. And Hasan is leaving him in the dust now.
Okay. At least
What
he's
a
being
liar.
honest. She did not meet me.
No,
So
the
my
fact that
suspicion is
even
most likely-
is pretending that he had to ask his mom.
No. Yeah.
That Ethan met one of the contractors that my mom from time to time will bring over. There's also a person that
Here he is attempting to
Oh, really?
to
So
dance
you're
against the truth.
so you're telling us that you're a 33-year-old man-child and your mom will bring somebody over to clean your house because you can't figure out your own life.
It's
Like that.
Actually, I was kind of confused about that because Hasan didn't tell us much of anything. He said that his mom sometimes hires contractors. I don't know what the rest of the story is, right? But him interpreting it as like Hasan's a messy bachelor, and she's got and he can't even like hire somebody to come over and clean his house. I don't know if that's a conclusion that's warranted jumping to.
That's any better.
Well, no, the point is that people are working in his home and he's not giving them a cut of his business. He's a fucking hypocrite. You know what I mean? My house, I don't give my housekeeper a fucking percent of my earnings. I pay her a very good salary, you know?
Can you tell us what happened when you went there to his house?
I went to his house. I've been over there a couple times. The time that I remember is I was there. We were doing his Twitch streaming together, and it was a very nice, like maybe late 40s, early 50s-year-old Hispanic lady. And I remember it vividly because she was obviously his housekeeper, but then he was trying to talk to her and he couldn't communicate with her, which I thought was so bizarre. And I was like, wow,
He couldn't figure out that speaking English to a person who only speaks Spanish is not a effective way to communicate, right? It was confusing to him. And so he started grunting and gesturing.
that must be challenging. And then I even asked him, I said, where did you find someone? Like, how did you hire her? And he says, oh, she's a recommendation from a friend. That's what he told me verbatim. And yeah, she was cooking like a fat fucking pot of cubes of chicken breast that he ate. That's all that happened. And he told me to my face, this comes from Ethan Klein, the man that cannot and has never lied. Don't tell anyone about this for obvious reasons. And by the way, he shows videos of everyone being like, it's obvious that Ethan just mistook a migrant worker for his mom. What an idiot.
Because he's so racist.
But then he shows all that in his defense.
Mistook his mom for a migrant worker. That's what you're trying to say, Ethan?
Then he's like, oh no, it must have been one of the contractors.
that my mom from time to time will bring
But anyway,
over.
listen to this, because here's the attempting to rub against the truth.
My suspicion on this, because I asked my mom about this, I was like, were you there? Did you meet Ethan?
Like, it could literally be somebody that she brings over to, help her professionally. Like, he didn't really, he didn't tell the rest of the story. And Ethan's just going to draw the conclusions that he wants to draw. Because this is all he does. He makes shit up. He's incredibly disingenuous, and he just tries to find the worst story that he can possibly tell about the guy that he thinks he lost his audience to. In reality, I don't know. You know, the fucked up thing is he probably did lose some audience to Hasan.
And I don't think she met Ethan. So my suspicion is most likely that Ethan met one of the contractors that my mom from
Third time that we've gone over this. Okay.
time will bring over. There's also a person that does handyman work around the house. It's not just Marat.
It's a fucking middle-aged Hispanic lady. I mean, she might be doing handiwork, but like, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna confuse her for your mechanic or some shit. Yeah, she might have been Joe, the guy working on my roof.
He's so embarrassing. Do you think in his head he still thinks he's like 19-year-old or something? Because like the way he talks,
he does kind
he's
of.
like,
He's very.
you know, my mom will sometimes bring
If
somebody.
anybody's acting immature here, it is the married couple that continuously crashes out over a Twitch streamer.
To clean the house.
Well, he's 40-year-old man, dude, with kids, and I'm like, dude, you're like 34, like, bro, you're not that young.
Yeah, DS Array. I gotta say, it's very Trumpian. I'm finding a lot of Ethan's behavior to be very Trumpian.
Every now and again, when shit's broken, I have
The
landscaper.
fucking that's right, Rammstein. The Ramstein. The Vape Nation guy is here calling people man children, right? The Vape Nation guy.
that I also have contracted.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not the landscaper, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
A guy that comes in once a week.
Mr. Vape Nation.
I feel like this is basically an admission what's
Yeah,
happening here.
it
Like, the
is.
cope is unreal, dude.
Okay.
Like that in and of itself.
The cope is unreal, Ethan. You're correct about that's the first true thing you've said today.
I think tilted him in this direction.
By the way, so if he's contracting, okay, whatever. I'm not going to get into the niche minutia of socialism in Hasan's house. The problem is,
Any service that Hasan procures, right? He should be finding a way to overpay the person that he procures it from, because if he thinks that capitalism is unjust, and he's a fairly wealthy guy, then he should be leveling that playing field for, you know, like he should go to Taco Bell and cut checks to the people, you know, making his 7-layer burrito, right?
is that she's full time, and he's conveying all these other people as, oh, they're just transient, they come and go.
He didn't say that.
Just want to quickly say, I have been to a Turkish household before, and yet it is absolute that a Turkish mother will cook an entire meal for their...
The one person that we know that's got servants, you know, coming over to his house is fucking Ethan.
Yeah, but the notion that my mom isn't around.
This fucking guy is like, I actually have been in Turkish houses, and yes, their moms are their servants. And by the way,
Crushy with the membership renewal. Sagar is Trende Aragua. Oh no, don't say that. Don't say that. Yo, seriously, they would go. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
the way, Hasan is saying that it's
They don't need any evidence whatsoever.
not true, but he's watching all these people say it like it's a legit defense of him.
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, am I right? He's basically admitting it, and this is what I'm seeing.
Or isn't cooking these
Pathetic.
fucking meals every now and then is ridiculous. Genuinely.
Even when their son is like a fully grown adult. But that isn't the point. It isn't about whether Hasan has a housekeeper or not. Maybe he does. Who cares? The real...
I agree. My point was very well made, you dumb fucking moron. Anyway, who cares?
Yeah, my crash out was very well made.
He finally addressed that. Would she admit it? Fuck it. He admit it. Hasan dropped new merch today, guys. What a dumb, cringy fucking tryhard.
I'm sorry, but you could accept this maybe. We would consider this, right? Is Hasan's merch cringy? Is it LARPy? I would consider that question if it wasn't coming from the proprietor of Teddy Fresh, of a literal toddler core brand. I might take this under consideration.
Please, can we just all point, make a circle around him and point and laugh? Can we please?
Can we hate Hasan?
Please just fucking
By
point.
the way, that's what Vamps wanted to make the thumbnail about. Can we all hate Hasan? Please hate Hasan. Right?
And laugh at him.
And I was like, no, we got to go back to the chicken. We got to go back to the chicken, Vamps. It's all about the chicken. That's what people care about. They want the question to be answered about the chicken. Ethan brought out the question. Now it's been debunked. We gotta stick with the chicken. Who's cooking his chicken?
Wait,
it's just like that. It just shows you that it's a target-rich environment in terms of what part of Ethan's crash out to laugh at.
why is he dressed like that?
Because he's a fucking phony revolutionary LARPer, dude.
Trendy Agua. Chat, I feel like if I got merch, I should be selling. Oh God, that'd be so weird to sell you water though. I'll sell you Trendy Agua. There's people in the chat that would buy that. Don't tell me there are not people in the chat that would buy if I had a water brand called Trendy Agua. That there are people in the chat that would buy that.
The concept, I'm so confused.
Maybe for a water bottle though. You know, like I don't want to.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
I don't want to encourage people to just one and done with their water bottles.
I don't know, but dude,
Get like a nice wait, what are the good water bottles, chat?
Like, you're not tough, okay? You're not leading a revolution. You're so embarrassing. And all of them are the same way. He's like, I've got a gun. I've got a sword.
I've got a dog. I've got a designer dog.
I'm leading the No, you're not, bro. You're not leading shit, dude. You're literally...
We'll come up with some good merch, chat. We'll come up with some good merch. Yo, Ophelia with the super chat. Ophelia says, I want to point out Teddy Fresh, made in China. Hasan's merch, made in the US of A.
Just trying to get paid.
Made in China. It's the Chinese. It's made in China. If it was a Stanley tumbler. Wait, wasn't there something weird with the Stanley tumblers? Did those things have lead in them or something? I can't remember. I'm not saying they did. He's got Adidas pants. I used to have those pants. Those pants are great warm-up pants, by the way. If it's what I think it is, right? I used to have those same warm-ups. I wore them out, chat. I wore them the fuck out.
Paid right now.
I like the JPEG Mafia tweet where he said, Hasan's not getting shot with you, bro.
Oh, yeah, that was good. Exactly. No, Hasan is definitely not getting shot. That dude is not getting anywhere near a bullet. And God bless him, I'm not getting anywhere near a bullet either.
Let me see this one with the sword. Oh my God.
Yeah, bro, what are you... What are you doing with the sword?
It's a claymore, isn't it? Is that a claymore, chat? Do I have the right... Do I know my swords? What is the reference? Is that like a berserk? Is he doing like a berserk thing? I think it's an anime meme, if I was to guess. Like, Hasan's a LARPer for liking anime, apparently. I don't know.
Sword there, bud. What year
Sarah
is it?
super chatted $9.99. Please Google this Teddy Fresh dress called Don't Buy Me Flowers dress, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing. You got to see it.
Well, with all those rolling on the floors laughing, you're right. I do have to see it. I'll look at it. I'll see. I'll dig it up. Don't buy me flowers. Okay, got it.
Is this fucking the 1500s? This is so embarrassing. Guys, please point and laugh. Please.
Narrative overcomes truth.
And every single merch has to be some like...
Yo, chat, you can see what Vamps was talking about. Please clap. He's doing a Jeb Bush here. Please point and laugh. Come on, let's hate Hasan together. It's just, wow.
Fucking...
Oh my God.
Like...
Wait, it's a song by Lola... Lola...
I mean, isn't he saying like lies and propaganda is the way to do it?
So why?
Or he's saying resist the I don't know. Who gives a fuck?
I kind of like the art on that one.
I like the art. I think
the art.
Oh no.
Hasan sitting on his computer reading chat.
Yeah, I mean.
In X-ray.
Yeah, I agree. The art is cool in that one.
The style is cool, yeah, but the actual art.
And then again, it's like more pseudo-revolutionary. The lobotomy will be televised, and I'm wearing a bungee. I'm wearing a USB cable for a belt. Why? Why are you doing that? What a dumb fucking creepy little weirdo. Not even just cringe, dude. Guys, please just call it like it is. You know.
All right.
That's all I ask.
Yeah, that's the "Don't Buy Me Flowers" dress.
This
Teddy
one,
Fresh merch.
By the way, does he even own a gun? Like, why is he always LARPing as like someone with a rifle? This is just unforgivable, guys. It is.
That's what the.
We can't let this go lightly.
That's what the toddler core
We
people
should.
are rocking these days.
You know, and like, oh, let me put on my sweater with the biggest fucking collar of all time. He looks like Doctor Who.
Is that a bad thing? I mean, if you're looking for a Doctor Who collar, there you go.
It's like Dracula.
Yes, like Dracula. As he is called in Sweden, apparently.
Personal reality. Nobody cares, dude.
Nobody cares. I don't know, chat. Do we need to compare the sales figures from Teddy Fresh to Is this Ideology brand?
Get your daily dose of deception. Again, the art is kind of cool, but
Oh wait, is it Doctor Strange? It's not Doctor Who? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I was like, yeah, Doctor Who sounds legit to me. If anyone wants to see more of Hasan's merch, it's available at ideology.shop. Yeah. I just wonder, like, is Teddy Fresh maybe falling off, right? Like, he's talking all this shit. Nobody wants this. Nobody cares. Let's see the numbers. Well, does anybody know where they're at? How do we find out something like that? What do we need? Like,
I like the
an
art
earnings report? Is that what we're looking for? An earnings report?
on all of
Yeah,
it. I
no
agree that the
problem with the
captions make it
art.
kind of cringe.
It's free marketing. Yeah, he's selling Ideology right now.
But I don't really mind the art on these.
It's the concept.
Yeah, the art-
I have no problem with the art at all.
my problem is with him.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yo, Natalie Marie, thank you for the Prime resubscribe. Did you know that you can do that, chat? You can send me money at no cost to you by just subscribing with a Prime like it's me, Natalie Marie, just did. Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. Take money out of a heartless corporation, put it into a streamer who's literally wearing her heart on her sweatshirt, if not sleeve.
My problem is that he's cringy. The art is not.
Yeah.
Shout out to the artist, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's cringy. Crash Out King, Lol Cow Ethan says he's cringy.
It's him. He's the problem. And like
It's
he
the
milks the
substance.
dog thing so hard.
You don't get to say that. Ethan, I know the names of all of your dogs. All right? Milks the dog thing? The dogs are in your studio crapping all over your floor. What are you talking about?
Bro, I get it. You have a fucking dog.
Well, yeah.
Allow me to do every fucking
pushing
merch drop, everything he does, he commercializes.
Okay, yeah, I mean
his
commercial,
dog.
yeah, right? Yeah,
He commercial. I don't commercialize.
Your dogs are on
my
the show
dog.
every day. You have multiple.
No, see, I'm getting questions about Ethan's look. Okay, he did a subathon recently, and one of the goals was that he would if they hit the goal, which they did, he would dye his hair black. Right, so that's what his look. That's why he looks like that right now.
Tattoos of your dogs. Is
Photo
like,
shoots.
I love my dog.
Photo shoot
Hasan's merch is manufactured in America by all union workers.
with your dog.
Hold on. I love my dog.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's just maybe that angle. Doesn't
Oh, he doesn't love his dog, though. He doesn't like Hasan doesn't love. Yeah, no, clearly, Hasan's just using Kaya. It's a transactional relationship.
He commercializes
well.
dogs, man.
Yeah.
He commercializes his dogs. Ethan, you can't draw a distinction between yourself and Hasan when it comes to doing live content featuring your pets. All right? You do it, he does it. If he is at fault for doing it, then you are at fault for doing it. There's no daylight. There's no fucking daylight other than the fact that maybe you have more dogs than he does. I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, It's like your kids. You know what I mean? Privacy. The dog deserves privacy.
We were showing your dog having sex with your other dog.
I was about to say, yeah, there's no privacy.
Well, he consented. He signed a
Even his crew cannot abide by that much hypocrisy.
Please.
And what was your criticism about Hasan again? Oh yeah, hypocrisy. He's a socialist, and yet he goes to Taco Bell and doesn't say, "Hey, I've got this awesome podcast, and since you're feeding me Taco Bell, I'm gonna cut you in for a percentage. I'm gonna sign you up as stakeholders in Hasan Incorporated." Right? Hasan's a huge hypocrite for that. Why have you not given away all your money, Hasan? Why have you not given all your? If you're a socialist, you should give away all your money.
Did Alfredo sound relief?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so that's that. So we're having fun. Moving on. Hasan. Okay.
Which we still haven't seen the Craigslist listing.
Are we gonna get into Kaya? We're gonna adjudicate the Kaya situation. He claimed that Kaya was what, like I think he said purebred at first. Obviously she isn't, but then he started latching onto this designer dog thing.
Kaya.
Oh yeah, that's such. By the way, that's something that
Hasan's dog is too cute. That's what he's saying. The dog is too cute. You couldn't have possibly gotten a dog like that through adopting a dog off of, Craigslist. So, you must have gotten Kaya made in a lab? I don't even know. How long do you think Hasan obsession will last for Ethan? I had some hope of him moving past it. He has done at least one stream this week where he only talked about Hasan once, but yeah, we don't really get through much Ethan content without Hasan at least being mentioned. So I don't know. I thought that maybe the crew had talked to him. I thought that maybe, even some of the crew leaving had to do with them. Yeah, who's making that chicken, right? That's the question. It's probably Kaya. Kaya's the secret chicken cook. That's the thing about getting a designer dog. Chat, if you spend enough money on a designer dog like Hasan did with Kaya, your dog will cook you chicken. He paid extra. He paid extra for a genetically skilled dog at chicken cooking.
That he addressed.
Yeah.
Is that he bought Kaya a designer dog. He probably paid many thousands of
A
dollars.
designer dog. It's not a designer drug, but a designer dog.
Adopting her. Which he donated money to shelters, which is good, and that's great.
What they did is they found all the cutest dogs in history, and they scraped a little bit of their DNA, and then they put it together like Jurassic Park to create the designer dog, right? And this family, it's like do you know that Funkmaster Ka is the artist behind the famous Kayaya? I did not know that. That's really cool. That's a cool emote.
Why is he lying about buying a dog? It's so cringe.
Why are you making up shit you don't know about his dog? That's what I want to know. Like, I don't know if you call it lying if you're just making it up, because I guess in your mind it could be true, or you want it to be true, but it's still not good.
Bro. I'm still waiting for the Craigslist. He said he found her on Craigslist.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. Just show me the post, man.
I mean, it's not impossible to find like a nice, purebred dog on Craigslist.
Sure, yeah, no. Go ahead.
That breed?
You go ahead and find me in Los Angeles.
Purebred dogs?
Area, greater
Find
Los
me
Angeles
one. I'd
area.
like one.
People giving away designer dogs for free.
I don't know. I think you need to... Sorry, Eli, I gotta call you on this. Get good at taking care of the dogs you already own, okay? Take care of business with the dogs you are, and you know what I mean, Ela. You know what I mean, all right? You and Ethan got a ways to go before you're gonna adopt another dog.
On Craigslist.
Right.
At minimum, he would have text conversations saying like, "Hey, come pick her up at this time," et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, of course.
He bought her. He bought her, man. You don't just come into dogs like that, okay? I know what that.
Especially not in.
You don't just come into a beautiful dog like that. It's impossible, chat. Nobody adopts a beautiful dog. Dogs that you adopt are apparently ugly. Anybody here adopt their dog? Well, Ethan says your dog is ugly. couldn't possibly be beautiful.
Puppies.
Because you adopted the dog. You got to pay tens of thousands of dollars for a truly beautiful dog.
Stage. Like, people will sell that.
Look, when you adopt dogs, they look like this. They look like this, okay?
Actually,
I think that's more of a situation of the dog and the owner starting to look the same.
we got so lucky with Alfredo.
Okay, look at this.
Oh, he's the best.
This is what they look like. They don't
We got
perfect
so
little angel.
lucky. You will not find another Alfredo.
Now, if you want a dog that looks like Ducky, you got to pay up.
Are people saying Kaya is not purebred?
I know
in the chat.
She's an exotic mix.
Whatever.
She's an exotic dog.
I don't
It's
know.
a designer dog.
Yeah,
which
it's a
means they bred
designer
it
dog.
to be perfect, basically.
Yeah. I mean, just look at her. That's a designed dog. That's like a beautiful.
Kaya is beautiful.
Have you ever
And
seen
she's very
another
sweet.
dog? Like,
I feel like Ethan's working on trying to create doggy racism or something. Like he's not quite there yet, but he's trying to get there.
how many dogs have you
Miss
seen
her.
like that? Yeah, you just.
An exotic dog.
Now, if you want to go adopt a dog, you're gonna find a little rascal like this. Scraggly, look at his fucking ears. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah.
don't dog on Alfredo.
I'm just saying, he was
He's
born
as
in the
fresh
street.
as
This guy
angel.
lived on the street, okay, and you know, we take care of him.
But you should show a picture of how he was found.
Oh, I remember.
Nobody should be coming into dogs. Hey, we're starting to veer into Vosh territory here if we're not careful.
He was all matted and stuff,
was
right?
crazy
He was,
looking.
and he was
Yeah,
so
and he-
skinny.
It was like all
He weighed
bones.
7 pounds.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't think
for-
I've ever seen that.
Really?
We've shown it at
Did we?
I wonder if
some
I have it.
point.
He was so light, it was like a feather.
Oh my
now he
God.
weighs like 15, 20 pounds. Like he's a little dumpling now.
He's
But
16.
7 pounds.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a
Wait.
good life now.
He's a nice chunky boy now.
He's a nice chunky boy. He's well fed. He
Gotta put him on a diet.
But remember, chat, Hasan uses his dog.
sex whenever he
He's
wants.
satisfied
His brother.
sexually. Yeah.
He has somewhere to eat, sleep, and fuck now. You know?
Yeah.
Look, I would classify like what Ethan's doing with his dogs. Like, I'm sorry, I gotta say that in a different way. I would classify like Ethan centering his dogs in his content, along with what Elon Musk is doing with his kid, with the one kid that he apparently, cares about enough to be in his life, right? It's basically a shield. People think I'm a bad dude. Oh, but look at this. I'm nice to a dog. Yeah, Hitler was Hitler apparently cared about his dog. It doesn't make you a nice person.
Yeah, nice.
I
He's
found
killing it.
Found a pretty old picture of him. And-
Oh, this is. Oh. Yeah, you can see how skinny he is here for sure.
Yeah.
Which one did you find?
Just,
Oh yeah, that's wow. Yeah, look how skinny he is.
Wow.
And he was already like 2 years when we got our year. When
Yes,
we got him.
that-
So he
that's
was already
from-
full
Oh, poor baby.
That's from around the time that we got him before he got his first haircut. So his hair was totally matted and some was like shaved off. And
His
some
tail is
long.
broken.
Funny enough, Chairman Trash, that is what some people said about Vosh content. And how have we done since we stopped talking about Vosh? Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's
His
like
tail was broken?
It's
Yeah.
healing like crooked because his tail broke and it never got treated.
Oh.
Or
And-
he might have been abused. I
And
don't
he
know.
was
How do you break
so
your tail?
light.
But I
No, Ethan's content, like covering Ethan is a situation where like I'm gonna win so hard that I'm gonna get tired of winning.
remember when we went and when we first
He
got
sent
him.
the first haircut picture too. Look at
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Oh my god.
What a new boy, man.
I
What?
get tired of winning, right? And Chad gets tired of it too. Like the Ethan content, like it's a story that you get invested in, and you got to see through to its logical conclusion. And I think maybe the logical conclusion should be Ethan taking a extended vacation.
What a new boy.
Oh, Alfredo. I love him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was like this during the Vosh thing too. Like right when the Vosh thing, the only difference I guess is that Vosh recognized that he was crashing out and he stopped. That's the difference, right? Vosh realized that he wasn't going to win the controversy. All he was going to be able to do is make a video saying, here's the context, and get his, #1 parasocials, in other words, the people donating to his stream, get them to stick around, give them the excuse that they need, right? To say that I'm not supporting a total creep. And yeah, and then he went back to talking about politics, right? If Ethan went back to talking about goofs and gaffs, oh my God, he might have gotten his audience back. I mean, chat, this guy used to do like, I swear to God, I remember him close to 50K. He probably was better than like 50K when Trish was around, right? Like his numbers were huge. Enormous.
When I first held him in my arms when we got him, I got a little teary-eyed because he was just such a perfect angel.
So
and
sad.
He was just he was so battered and beat up, and he's just such a little beautiful dog underneath there. There's Ducky.
Shredder.
Here's Teddo, our firstborn.
Yeah, chat, don't tempt me to do a week of video gaming.
Now we got 3 of these little fuckers, and our youngest one.
Oh, that's Theodore.
Yeah, Theodore.
Oh, I didn't right. I guess it was that long ago. That's crazy.
And then our youngest now is.
If I ever want to go broken audiencelessness, that's what I'll do. I'll become a video game streamer.
He's older than he was in this photo.
Wow. Wild.
I know it. And now we said you guys. There's a great ongoing joke we've had on the show. Hasan was like, I'm thinking of going to Gaza, and then the guy on TikTok was like, he's actually.
You
Go
would
ahead.
much rather spend your time going after someone who is actually considering genuinely going to Gaza.
Where are we at?
Now this is funny, and everybody knows it. This is where it came.
I don't know if I've kept.
Narwhal_by super chatted $20. Because Hasan is conscious of misogyny, he won't say what Hilla has coming. So inspired by Tiffany Pollard, you're a Sabra guzzling, Zionist propagandist. And I sleep better at night knowing that you're not on YouTube.
Wait, did he get to the Hila thing yet? Or did Hila does complain in this that she doesn't get talked about enough? That Hasan never mentions her? Did that come up? Did I miss that? I was just about to say we're at what 150 here on the dono goal. We're kind of close to doubling your pleasure, doubling my time. And I don't know, chat. Should we get to the bonus content? We're at 150 here. I might have not counted some. Let me know if anybody finds that I missed adding some up. What else do we have? Hasan's crazy theory. This is about in the BDS list. Yeah, so we could keep this content. We could cover this content tomorrow. And what is winning right now? Hasan interviews Bernie and AOC. Noah Samson continued. Yeah, Noah Samson's got some movement. So yeah, we do like the Noah Samson, the next section of the Noah Samson video. It is a video about Ethan. Oh God, yeah, we gotta watch it through Hasan, don't we?
The third super chatted $5. Some people like Ethan Klein, other people like gifting subs.
Which one are you? That's the question, 13th RM. Thank you for the super chat. Hila heard Hasan say her name, and it was like Niagara Falls. Did he actually say her name? Hila, you aren't the main character. And look, I mean, but yeah, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal, and thank you for the super chat, 13th RM. Can my Prime sub go to Newsom? It certainly can. Yeah, Newsom, Gruesome Newsom. There we go. We need to. I want to watch that. But yeah, that brings us up to 155. Yo, 13th RM, thank you for the membership. 158. We are close to doubling the bonus content. And I want to make sure I'm leaving enough time because I haven't been doing that lately, Chad. I've been staying up way too late. 30 for Newsom? Gotcha. Yeah, see, that's a good topic. I love covering some politics. Hila is an important NPC. She is the Zionist quest giver. Oh no. H3 fans really overinflated her ego. Yeah, they used to call her queen. It's not about misogyny. Hasan doesn't feel a need to attack her because she doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's a good point. Forgot what he was reacting to. I don't know. Let's let it go a little bit longer because I have a feeling we're gonna hit that double dono goal, and then I'm gonna have to what else do they Hasan moderator said what? Oh, here we go. Here we go. I do have something else I need to show you. I'm thinking about like making sure that we get to the bonus content and then covering. Oh yeah, this is a little preview for what Ethan's going to talk about next, which I think we'll get to tomorrow. Let me make sure I know what this is. Okay, so the Hasan to Gaza, they're a wish cast of Hasan being targeted by the IDF. We got the BDS stuff. We got a Hasan moderator. All right, so this is somebody posting, Ethan obviously doesn't care about Palestinians, workers, or SA beyond wielding them like a sword against Hasan. Hasan hasn't had Coca-Cola. That's what they're talking about, just so we're clear, right? Not the other kind. Since it was added to the BDS list, Pepsi is not on it. Strike has ended. It's okay, so at what point will this man's audience start asking questions? Wait, what about him doing Assassin's Creed? Oh, because Ubisoft had a scandal. I get it. He drinks Coke and Pepsi on camera all day, both on the divestment list. I don't think that's true. A, Pepsi's not on the divestment list, and B, I haven't seen him drinking Coke in a long time. Symbolic sacrifice for he cannot make the smallest symbolic compromise for his cause, and his fans don't ask why. This is a 3-day strike, which is now over in Ubisoft France. And then the former boss at Ubisoft, who is, former, no longer there, on trial, accused of SA or SH. Any questions on why the avowed anti-capitalist who doesn't care about money is working with wretched multinational companies? Zero respect for unions or workers' rights. Again, the purveyor of Teddy Fresh is saying this stuff. Even less respect for women. No questions. He stopped when Coke went on BDS. Yeah, because that was the famous clip, right, where the an Australian fan walked up to him and said, "You got to stop drinking Coke." And it was not, I don't think, on the list at that time. It has since been added as an organic boycott supported by the BDS movement. Big shocker. Gaming company has sex pest. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? All right, so what do we got? It looks like the winner right now. Now, chat, let me know. I feel like there's some points I haven't added up here. So let me know if you spot any. Plus 24 is oops. That's 57. Hasan interview is plus 36 equals 36. It looks like those are the two highest right now. Oh wait, Noah Samson. 23 plus 29 is 52. So yeah, it looks like, wait, is that right? Have I got that right? Gruesome Newsome, it is. Right? Are we gonna get some Gruesome Newsome? Let me know, chat, if there's anybody that's donated already and I haven't put your money where your mouth is. If you wanna put your donation towards one of these topics and change the outcome. Right now it looks like we're gonna at least get to watch some Gruesome Newsome versus Tim Waltz. We're very close to watching some Noah Samson content as well. Thank you, Work Appropriate, with the super chat. That puts us at 31% and what, 54%? Luigi voted for Trump? Oh god, I don't. Possibly. Ethan probably, oh my god, I can't read that. I can't read that. Tajium says, my 2 cents, Hasan doesn't focus on Hila because she's not the one leading his attack. This is like a Ethan backstab. Hila is just peripheral. Hila screenshot and discourse. When she heard Hasan say her name, wait, did you screen capped that? But yeah, I'll take us into the bonus content. Okay, so this is the Hasan said my name. Wait, copy the link and put it in. All right. Here was the moment that Hasan said Hila's name. Have I missed anybody? Or does anybody want to weigh in at the last moment? The math is correct. Whoa, I did right good math for once. Didn't specify where. You have the right to, specify now if you want to. Never seen her smile like that? Yeah. She looks truly happy. She looks so happy, yeah, doesn't she? She's like super stoked. Did Luigi vote at all? Yeah, I don't actually know. Seen Hasan tell people not to grab certain drinks out of the fridge because of the list. The Ubisoft thing is so old hat, according to Stephanie Sterling. Ethan thinks it takes all day to make chicken. Yeah, it takes like 20 minutes. Like, what kind of chicken do you think he's not making Thanksgiving turkey? Same guy that watched an underage girl talking about her pelvic area? True. Yeah, with his hand like way too close to his pelvic area. That was disturbing. Do you get to vote when you're in jail? Serious question. I think it depends on the state. If you get convicted and you're like of a, what is it, like a felony, then you lose your right to vote, but you can sometimes get it restored. But yeah, it depends on the state. All right, chat. So is that what we're going with? Are we going to go with what's ahead? Gruesome Newsome. Gruesome Newsome it is. And like I said, we're 42 points away from hitting that double dono goal. So if that happens in the meantime, then we'll also watch another video. It looks like it's Noah Samson right now, but again, you can still vote. I'll leave the polls open, and when you donate, feel free to let me know which of these topics you support, and that could change things because it's fairly close tonight. You can't vote in federal prison, is that right? Tim Waltz it is. Let's do this. All right, we're going with some. So Gavin Newsom has got himself a new show. He has heard that the left is in need of a Joe Rogan, and he has kindly volunteered to fill that gap. Really trustworthy looking guy. Definitely relatable to working class Americans. And just in case that's not clear, well, he's brought on a number of guests. Let's see. What did you start out with? Oh, Charlie Kirk was his first guest. Okay. Well, that's just a fluke, right? You know, he just happened to land Charlie Kirk, and it was a big guest. And, you know, I'm sure he debated. Oh, he didn't debate him? He folded like a chair on the Titanic? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's try again. Steve Bannon. Oh, no, he must have gone hard against... No, he didn't go hard against Steve Bannon. Michael Savage. No, he was nice and ingratiated himself to Michael Savage. And then finally, chat. Finally, Tim Waltz. You can't unsee, says 13th Aram. Finally, Tim Waltz. And look at this, right? He gives Charlie Kirk an hour and 11 minutes. Anyway, I mean, this is just me being petty. Tim Waltz, the shortest exchange that he's had so far. So let's take a look at what Governor Waltz. Now, I should have showed you this other stuff, and maybe we'll catch up with it, because it's craven. Chat, the degree to which he's prioritizing ingratiating himself to fucking Nazis. I don't know how else to say it. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Michael Wiener Savage. Yeah, these are horrible people. And when does he actually have an argument? Well, when Tim Waltz comes on. So let's check that out. And again, chat, sorry for cutting out early. I just, there he is. I sorry for cutting out early on the Ethan content. I just wanted to make sure that we left time for, I'd been shortchanging you on the bonus content a few times, and I didn't want to do that again. So
on this list of guests, but I'm excited. You and I've been friends for a while, so
We've
I
been friends.
appreciate it. But you and I had talked about this for a while, trying to understand during a Trump presidency, how do we best serve our folks? How do we get back there? And that the Democratic Party, I mean, we all need to be very candid, is not all that popular right now.
Well, that's where I wanted to start, just right up top. I mean, the timing of this, it couldn't be more opportunistic for both of us as Democratic governors. It's, look, we're in the tank. I mean, it's not just a rough spot. It's an historically low, at least in modern polling, back to the 1990s. CNN had...
Do people understand what this is, though? Right? Part of the Democratic and this isn't my original thought. I can't remember who said it, but somebody that I watched. But part of the problem is that the Republicans have been giving, under Trump especially, have been giving their base exactly what their base wants, more or less. It's a little different this time since, like, he talked a lot about prices, inflation, and instead he gave them tariffs, which are going to cause inflation. He gave them higher taxes if they are working class, and so there's going to be a little disconnect this time under Trump. But in the not so distant past, right? The Republicans have been, abiding by fulfilling the desires of their constituents, right? The Democrats have been fulfilling the desires of their donors.
The Democratic Party brand now down to about 29%. And it was even worse in an NBC poll that showed 27% of people supporting our party. You've been out on the road. You were just in a couple of red states. You've been doing town halls. We've talked about this in the past privately. It's not just about what you say and how you say it. It's also about where.
Davy Cliff with this super chat. Newscum, gruesome Newscum, face scares me. Looks like he's got a persona with yell. He definitely, like, look, this guy's got he's got a palace. He's got a mind palace. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. And like I said, if we hit 200 while I do this, we'll watch another piece of bonus content.
You say it. Yeah. So I love the fact you were out there. So give us a sense. I mean, what your over under is about where the hell our party is right now.
Well, and I think that's what people are doing. Look, this is something hadn't been done what you're doing, and people are, and we're trying to enter spaces, and look, I don't know if all of them are going to work. I don't. But the fact of the matter is, we don't want to win elections just to say.
I hate that the Democrats think that, like, they can podcast their way out of the hole that they've dug themselves into. Oh, you want more podcast? You want more? The problem with the Democrats is authenticity. And the reason that they're not authentic is because there's a separation between their rhetoric and their policy. That's never going to come off as authentic. Reading the room to try, are trans people popular? Are trans people unpopular? Under the bus, that's never going to come off to anyone as authentic, right? And you can't even, like, you don't even, like even like the idea that the Democrats are, oh, you want us to be more authentic now. Okay, more authentic. Like, that's not authentic. The problem is the people that are filling these roles as elected officials in the Democratic Party are not authentic, right? The problem is the candidates that they're putting forward. That's their issue. And they're never going to get themselves out of this problem until they start picking better candidates, or more, likely letting the voters take the lead and stopping this sort of gatekeeping that they do, that we saw on full display in the 2016 and 2020 presidential primaries, where we really saw the people's choice pulled away from them by the party.
Democrats won elections. We want to win elections to improve people's lives. When we're losing elections, chaos reigns, which we're seeing right now. I'm at a town hall, and these folks are standing up. They're a VA nurse. They're concerned what's happening at the VA.
Thank you for the super chat, Davy.
They're a farmer that's concerned. They're folks that are concerned about their personal reproductive rights and their life choices. And if we can't be a respected opposition or alternative, that really worries me. And I say this, Gavin, that I didn't go to the Democrats. They came to me with Social Security, with GI Bill. It was clear when, at least my age growing up, Democrats stood with working people, Republicans stood with the wealthy. And there was nothing necessarily wrong with that. It was at least an argument. It feels much more polarized now, but people don't see us as that. And so
they see it exactly the opposite of that we're the party of the elites, that we don't represent, we represent quote unquote others. We don't represent.
You are the elites. You are the elite. You represent the elites. All right. And this is true of your policy. And this is true of your culture and your character, Gavin Newsom, Gruesome Newsom, you are the problem, buddy. But he would love to be like, oh, we stand for other people. Oh, so if I throw trans people under the bus, they're going to like me.
Them and this notion that the working.
We don't want to be for they, them, do we? You know what I mean, Tim? Right? We got to throw it right under the bus. Right on. Yeah. Let your constituency know that every marginalized group that's out there that's counting on the Democrats to be some kind of bulwark against the erosion of their rights, that as soon as your rights become unpopular, you're going right under the bus with the trans people. Scumbag. Scumfuck Gavin Newsom. What a slimy piece of garbage this man is.
Class now has embraced Donald Trump is extraordinary. And so
And the
what do you
billionaires.
I mean,
And the
you were out
billionaires.
you were out on the campaign trail. I mean, it's such an interesting conversation for me to have with you and for those listening, because no one has more sort of a contemporary ear to the ground than you do, just coming off a few months ago, the campaign trail.
The campaign trail where they hid him behind closed doors, where they where they told him to stop his effective rhetoric, calling the Republicans what they are, which is fucking weird. When they're going after trans people, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. It's a tiny little part of the population, especially when you're talking about trans people participating in sports. That's an incredibly small, group of athletes, right? But the Republicans are obsessed about these people. You know why? Because they don't want to do shit about inflation. They don't want to do shit about affordability. Chat, I feel like I'm losing frames here. Okay, I think we're better. Go cry to Auntie Nancy. Auntie Nancy. I'm sorry, I say Auntie. Auntie Nancy Newsom.
Meeting people all across this country. I mean, these new numbers that came out of CNN and NBC. I mean, even you had to be shocked by how far we've fallen as a brand.
Yeah, look, and I felt excitement out there, and our policies are popular, by the way. But they shut
you the fuck up. Your policies, your rhetoric, the stuff that you want to, feeding kids lunch and breakfast at school, making sure that every kid gets a meal in the morning, right? That's incredibly popular. They loved this guy and they hid him the fuck away. Chat, I mean, if I didn't know any better, I would think that if I didn't know how incompetent the Democrats were as at politics, I would say that they lost the election on purpose.
Paid family medical leave, support for the environment, reproductive rights. They poll very high. We don't. So what I have to tell you, what I take away from that, Gavin, is that I think we got to be very careful of drinking our own Kool-Aid or believing we're in our bubble, because I truly did think we were going to win. And I say that as someone who has run in.
You were going to win as of late summer. You were going to win. You were on track to win. The Biden people came in and they changed your campaign. And you lost. You stopped talking about inflation. You stopped talking about affordability. You stopped talking about price gouging. And you started talking about Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney. And you campaigned with the fucking Cheneys. And you lost. Figure it out. I mean, he's not allowed to say this stuff, Chad. I mean, maybe he knows this stuff. Maybe he's if this is the whole thing, you got to be like, even Tim Walz has to be a little bit fake. Even AOC has to be a little bit fake. Even Bernie's got to be a little bit fake. Just to work, just the cost of doing business with the Democratic Party. What kind of position does that put you in where your realist people out there are forced to adopt a fakeness in order to accommodate the leadership of the party?
Traditionally red districts, won close races, and I felt like I had a feel. And I think this is where we're going to have to get out over our skis a bit, try new places. I know we've had this argument, it was out there. governor, we didn't see you on a lot of, things that weren't mainstream media. We didn't see you on podcasts. We didn't see you doing that. Are you willing to go into those? We need to be willing to go into those spaces. Now, between you and I, Gavin, I don't think we're going to win over those 77 million that voted for Donald Trump. I'm concerned with the 90 million who stayed home. Now, I'm concerned that our policies positively impact those 77 million because you and I represent a lot of independents, Republicans, Greens, as well as
long term with policy, with the correct policy prescription, which for the Democrats is returning to the New Deal Democrats away from the neoliberal Democratic policy. The material conditions of some of those Trump voters will improve, and it'll be undeniable at some point that it has to do with the Democrats, especially when the Republicans are cutting their lifeline. Like, so many Republicans depend on Medicaid, they're going to pull that rug out from under them. And the assholes like James Carville out there are saying, we got to do the play dead strategy. Let them fuck these people over. Let them kill people with policy. And then afterwards, after the voters have suffered enough, they'll come running to us. And yeah, they will. They'll come running to you for one election. Because all you've ever got is like, we're not them. That's all you've ever got. You can't promise anything real because you got donors. The second that you start to say, we're going to do something about price gouging, the donors tap you on the shoulder and say, not if you want this money.
Democrats, and we have a responsibility. I don't know if we can necessarily win them over, but I think the thing that we should really soul search on is when the choice was Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris and myself, and policies that we were clearly articulating, it got pretty close, 77 to 75 type of thing. But it's the 90 million that stayed home. Why did they think we were the same? Why did they think we weren't there? And I think by going into these spaces, to be candid with you, it allows people to express their frustrations. It allows people to articulate what's happening in their lives. It better also be a place where we're hearing and learning. Because I'm guessing you're hearing some things that you don't normally hear when you're going on with some of these folks you're on with. They're telling you you don't hear. So
no, and that's this notion of uncomfortable conversations, not just conversations. But let me step back. I love what you said because it's interesting. This notion of our policies are popular, but our party is not popular, and it begs the question some have asked me, and I want to.
Newsom figured out our candidates are not popular. That's you, buddy. That's you.
Pose it to you. Do you think one of the mistakes is we don't focus first on what we stand for and then make the case, the policy that backs that up and reinforces it, that we are not fundamentally meeting people where they are. They want to know what we stand for.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. And look, I appreciate, I think we're going to be in hard places and I think we're going to get punched from both sides doing some of this, but we're not in this to, like I said, we're not banking political capital to win another election. We're trying to improve people's lives. And let's all be very candid. Nobody's lives being improved right now except billionaires. And I don't see that changing. And so I think we're going to have to ask those questions. I think a lot of times the simple answer is it's the messenger, which I'll acknowledge.
He won't say it, but I'll say it.
Maybe the messenger's not good at this. I approach this always, Gavin, like a school teacher. I give a lesson and then I do an assessment of that lesson. And half the students didn't do very well on it. Well, I don't assume that those half are terrible kids. I assume that they have a different learning style or they weren't hearing the way I was teaching it. Maybe these folks were, verbal learners. Maybe they were kinesthetic learners, whatever it might be. I think we have to approach the electorate like that we think we're telling them where we're at. But for whatever reason, you're right. And this pains me. I tried to make the case. Look, I'm a public school teacher, went to a public university. And according to the Wall Street Journal, I'm the poorest person who ever ran for vice president. That didn't matter to them. And so the idea here that we were trying to craft someone who, for whatever reason, there was a number of people that didn't register with. So I'm with everybody else. And again, when people ask me, I'm probably the last person you should ask for answers because I didn't get it done. But I do believe we were making inroads. And I will have to tell you, one of the most powerful ones for me, Gavin, it's not a great use of campaign time, but we were up in Erie, Pennsylvania on Halloween before the election, and I sat down with 5 undecided voters, and we had a 45-minute give and take on that. I think I got 3 of them for sure, maybe, but that's how you view it. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is it was really good for me too. because it was coming back and forth. And this guy says, well, I didn't realize, you understood farm policy like this because I'm not hearing that from you guys. He was telling us he wasn't hearing that. And I said, but I do know this. I know the price of corn. I know how these things work. So I think as Democrats, we're going to have to push ourselves into uncomfortable spots. And these town halls, look, I'll be the first to acknowledge you. It's to highlight that their members of Congress on the Republican side are ashamed of Donald Trump's policies.
Was that foundationally why? Was that the inspiration?
Yes.
To go out and do it? Yep.
Yes. And I don't
when the other side doesn't want to do town halls, that's a great time to do town halls. That's a great time to do town halls in their district. In fact, chat, there are organizations out there that if your Republican representative or senator has stopped doing town halls, there are organizations out there that will help you put on a town hall in venues like the Social Security Administration. And you can, if your Republican congressperson won't show up, you can have a dude in a chicken suit with his name on it show up, right? This should be they can't, like, they'll try to run away by not appearing at the town halls because they know the optics of getting yelled at by their constituents, and not just the left-wing ones, right? It's not looking like a lot of college age activists out there. It's looking like, a lot of angry boomers and Gen Xers, to be totally honest, right? But you've got to keep this narrative going, because this narrative will lead to a takeover, at least, of the House in 2026. If not the Senate, it's a long shot. It's not impossible, but it's a long shot. But the House is absolutely doable.
Demonize these representatives.
In fact, if the Democrats don't win the House, we gotta start talking really seriously about a third party. We gotta trade the Democrats in for a new party. If they fucking lose in 2026, like they got the wind at their backs. They only need underground town halls sound like a history of ballroom movement. Nice. Yeah, a warehouse. Get a warehouse. And
I honor their service. I went out there, but I lived through this. I went to the town halls during the ACA, and I made a full-throated defense of President Obama's health care bill, and I got reelected. Now, it was a tough fight, but I got reelected. These folks are not going out there, and I'll tell you, it's a huge mistake. Democrats did this in 2010. Oh, these are Republican operatives. They were not Republican operatives. They were my neighbors who were madder than hell and were getting misinformation. But I went out and filled that void. I think we as Democrats have...
He's filling the void. If any, I was asked today by a friend of mine what I thought about the effort by Bernie Sanders and AOC going around the country and giving speeches, what I thought about, what Tim Walz was doing. And I said, it's filling the void. Because the other side of this is that these people have played the insider game. And that's disappointing to a lot of people. And if you're disappointed, by AOC or Tim Walz or whoever, kowtowing to the Democratic Party, you're not wrong to be to feel that way, right? But there's a void left by the Democrats who are listening to Chuck Schumer and to James Carville, and their strategy is to play dead. And when they play dead, they're going to let the Republicans do their worst. Right? Because they feel like we want things to be fucked up. We want our constituents to be fucked over. And then we're going to come back strong. And that's just not going to work for those of us that Donald Trump's policies are going to kill or ruin. That's not enough for us. That's a non-starter. And any Democrat that signs on to that James Carville shit should be run out of town, tarred and feathered, figuratively. Okay.
Have left a void, and that Donald Trump is masterful. Say what you will about this. I don't give him credit. I don't think he's a genius. I don't think he knows how stuff works, but I do think he knows how media works. And I do think he knows that if we're
what is this anonymous saying that they've got evidence about Elon doing election interference or something? I haven't checked on that story.
Assuming people hear our arguments, they're just so just like that teacher and me. I taught the lesson. This should be easy. Well, that's not how all people learn. It's not how all people's lives are at. And again, if someone who doesn't believe a woman should have the right to choose, if someone who doesn't believe the president should be restrained by the Constitution, I'm not going to win them. But I don't believe that's a very large percentage of the population.
Right.
But why are they not trusting us? What's your take? I mean, what are you hearing when you hear this? Why are people not trusting the message we were delivering? Because I keep coming back to this. We needed to have.
Well, we cared too much about they, them, and not enough about the American people.
Immigration reform to control our
You gonna say some shit like that? We were too concerned with the sacred cows of the Democratic Party. Dems using the bear as well, actually no, that's only one bear. This is important, chat. Can somebody remind me? There's the brown bear and there's the grizzly bear. And the play dead strategy, I think, is what you do. Oh, I'm gonna get this mixed up. I need to look this up. Which is the one that you do? There's like a saying. Okay, brown bear, grizzly, play dead. Which one do you play dead for? Wait, isn't there? I thought it was one of them you play dead for, but not the other one. If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back to a point, right? To a point. You don't want to actually engage a grizzly bear in a fight. If it's white, good night. That is probably true. You're kind of fucked if you end up in a close proximity with a polar bear. But yeah, Dems using the bear strategy. Thank you for the super chat. Work appropriate. Aren't grizzlies a type of black? Oh, am I thinking of black bears versus grizzly? Yeah, I think you're right. If it's black, fight back. Okay, so if it's brown, that's the grizzly, lay down. If it's a black bear, fight back. It's white, good night. Damn, that's dark.
Borders. And you can do that with humanity. Donald Trump just said they're invading our country and they're eating dogs and cats, and he got more votes. Why is that?
So, I mean, and I want to, and I've strong opinions on that, but I want to sort of stress test yours again, because I think it's interesting. Back to my notion, and you say you're the last person. I'm going to completely dismiss. I think you're the best positioned to understand what's going on. But let me reflect on this notion of you being a teacher and reflecting on how your students did. Did you have an opportunity right after the election to sit down over the course? I mean, I hope you took time off with the family, decompressed, but you had to have had with your team these conversations. Did you have them with the Harris team as well? Did you have them with the campaign team? Have you organized anything more formally, even internally? You got books coming out. They're going to shape those internal conversations. You got one book coming out in a few weeks called Fight that is already starting to frame what did or did not occur. Have you started that process, or has that process been advanced?
A little bit. Yeah, no, you're right. And I've talked to my team about it. Look, as a high school teacher and a governor or whatever, I didn't think about writing a book.
Chat. Sometimes I should talk about Grizzly Man. Sometimes I should do deep dives on this. Grizzly Man, I can't remember his fucking name. There's a Werner Herzog film about this guy, Grizzly Man. Tim Treadwell, right? Is his name. And he, traveled to Alaska, got really close to grizzlies and other bears, and, really thought that he understood them, he made friends with them, and that he could safely be around them. And due to a series of unfortunate events, he ended up in a situation with the wrong bear, and that bear ate him and his girlfriend as well. They both got eaten by the bear. After bragging about, like, understanding bears better than anyone out there, they were and look, if you look back at the situation, you can figure out what happened, why they were in a place that they shouldn't have been, and that the bears that he knew, the bears that he had gotten to form a bond with, were had gone into hibernation, and these were bears that were out kind of late, look, a little bit more desperate for food than the other bears, and there was a lot of things that made this situation more dangerous than the ones that he had been in. But yeah, we should do a deep dive sometime. It's an interesting story. My Tai Chi teacher is a huge fan of that, of Werner Herzog in general, but especially of that movie.
Being there, I have. I think we got to tell our story, and I think there's lessons learned. To not go back and do a deep dive or a hot wash of this is irresponsible, in my opinion. I spoke to the vice president last week. We talked a little bit about this, of coming to it, but we haven't done like a formal debrief. And when you're part of it, you've done this, that when you're part of a team on this, you work together, and I stand by that. I signed up, and I say this, Gavin, you'd appreciate not the cliches of coaching or whatever, but I feel like I'm the consummate team player. If you are truly a team player, you have a responsibility to make your team better. And that means a responsibility to say, look, we're not making this block here. We need to do this or whatever it is. And we need to be honest that, again, I keep coming back to that number of the folks who stayed home. How in God's name could you stay home during this election? It's pretty hard to blame that on Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you how. If you've got, look, there's different parts of the left voting coalition, right? And you've got anywhere from people that are maybe slightly culturally right wing, or economically right wing, that for whatever reason are turned off by Trump, right? You've got some people kind of towards the center, and then you've got people that are to the left, and really are going to be put off by a lot of what the Democratic Party is doing just inherently. But amongst those people, amongst the leftmost aspect of the Democratic base, exists a group of people that are willing to do more than just vote. They are willing to canvass. They are willing to be activists. They are willing to make noise. They are willing to be part of a movement. But you're not going to get those people on your side to vote or to do what they do best when you discuss them. And that is what the Biden administration and the Kamala campaign did with their gutless policy on Gaza. You kept people out of the process that were not just voters, but force multipliers. And that's why you lost.
Got a responsibility. They weren't going to vote for him. His people were. But you had a whole bunch of these folks that just said, what difference does it make? And how did we as a party get into that? How did we lose the narrative? How much are we ceding ground to the Fox News and the right-wing talking heads? How much are we ceding to them, which we don't have a pushback on it? And that's
there it is. There it is. And that's what Kamala and Joe Biden did on immigration, right? They abandoned that issue. They said it's not going well for us. It's not a good issue for us. So let's abandon the fucking issue. And Trump took over the narrative and was able to convince people that, something's wrong, right? You're not okay. You know that you're worse off than you were before COVID. And he's like, it's the immigrants. It's the criminals. That's what it is, right? There's no counter narrative to that. And it should have been, it's big business that fattened themselves up during the pandemic and then fucked you over in so many different ways, including at the point of sale, including in terms of prices. It's the gig economy that's taking good jobs and replacing them with shitty jobs. Like the guy that Hasan got in the car with to go to see Bernie and AOC was an Uber driver who talked about doing, I think he said 15-hour days in a rented Tesla in order to make ends meet, right? Because Uber is not paying for that guy's health care. Uber is not giving that guy any benefits. The only way that he can survive is do a ridiculous amount of work, give up his whole life to, to driving around.
That's fascinating to me. I see that with me. People who have a clearly defined vision of who I am by what they listen to. And I'm like, well, that's not true. None of that is true, but they have it. So
they have it. And I mean, and it's so interesting. I think about you, and, we've talked about this before, this notion of, there was an effort to swift boat you in terms of your military service.
Yes.
And it's interesting. And Tim, we've also talked about the fact you were part.
And the answer that the Democrats had to that was to tuck Tim Walz away.
Of Kerry's.
Which is kind of what they did to Kamala. Chat, do you see the pattern? Like, look, I don't know if it's hard to compare Biden's politics to Kamala's because, some of his economic policies were unexpectedly, reminiscent of the New Deal coalition and some of, Kamala's history points to a tough on crime, predilection that is kind of the opposite of some of the policies that she embraced in 2020 to try to run for president, right? So it's hard to compare them, but you can definitely say that Kamala Harris was seen as the more leftward of the two candidates, and they tucked her the fuck away, right? And I guess it doesn't matter, vice president's not a hugely important office. It doesn't matter until it turns out that the guy that insists on running for president is too old to literally do that, and you need her as your stand-in, as your pinch hitter. Your what is it called in a pitcher? The closer? Yeah, I guess a closer. I don't know. Some baseball term.
Campaign as a veteran promoting it, watching Kerry by these same folks get swift
and
voted.
it did it. And I'm telling you, this was one of the most painful ones for me, Gavin, not because I don't go down and throw this in people's faces, but my dad was Korean War era veteran.
Yeah.
He took me. I did it. I don't go out there and say, I'm better than you because I did 24 years. But
Listen, if what Democrats are relying on is defying the stereotype of a Democrat, like John Kerry selected over other candidates because he defied the stereotype of the Democrat, right? They thought that being anti-war was a weakness, right? So they're going to get John Kerry, who is moderately anti-war, but also has a track record and a Purple Heart and, military service, etc., right? You're never going to win. Look at John Kerry versus George W. Bush, right? George W. Bush was in a military unit called the Champagne. What is it called? The Champagne. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. But it was like a unit, that was comprised of fortunate sons that were not going to be sent into combat, right? If there was an ability for a Democrat to be perceived, because of their background as more of a military figure for the United States of America, right? Then John Kerry would have beaten George W. Bush.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Unfortunately, every Democrat is going to be perceived as a pinko commie, all right? And is going to lose to the guy that says, I believe in America, I love America. I'm the 9/11 president every single time. You're not going to beat Republicans by claiming that you want to have the most lethal military in the world, that you want to kill the most people. There are Republicans to whom that is a negative, right? And not to mention the Democrats who you're turning off with that shit. They got to stop doing this shit. what was it called? The champagne unit? I can't remember. The reliever, yeah, like a reliever. That's probably it. Yeah, yeah. The closer's the very last pitcher, and the reliever is like your pitcher's tired, so you bring them in. I don't know. There's some overlap, I'm sure.
How quickly these guys dismissed 24 years of honorable service. I rose and served as a highest ranking enlisted soldier where you can get. And they find a way to damage that. And my argument on that has always been it damages all veterans. But I bet if you went and polled, we see this, veterans voted for Donald Trump when they voted for us. Right. We as Democrats, how do you write this off? How do you do or this one? Republicans are more fiscally conservative. You know that's not true. Republican governors of California have not been fiscally conservative.
No, and I'll remind everyone, $8.4 trillion.
But look, because of the perception, you're never going to win an election by being better at cutting needed services to people. You're never going to do better than a Republican by spending less. So fucking forget about that. And give people what they actually need. Make their material conditions better, and you will win. Keep chasing the ghost of Ronald Reagan's dick, and you will lose.
Added to the debt during the 4 years of the Trump administration. And if you want to dismiss that, say it was COVID, it was $3 trillion before the pandemic. He ran deficits every single year. So I stand by what you just said, Tim.
I mean, what do you think happened? And look, you're taking a different approach. You're doing other things. And I said, I think we as Democrats have to give, whether it's Bernie Sanders, whether it's Jasmine Crockett, AOC, Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, all of the folks out there, because look, what we have in common is we believe in working people. We believe in fairness. We believe in healthcare. We believe in the environment. We're on the same team as the American public, but how do you see it? I mean, did it feel like we were going to win?
No, I mean, we had that conversation. I felt like that up until election day for whatever reason. And look,
I felt like that up until the end of the summer. All right. And then it was 50-50. Stop focusing on the debt and focus on citizens. Once the economy is back on track and people have more money, the economy will be better, and it will help pay off the debt.
You know, it's interesting. I had the same
Look, the more that you do this shit of like, I'm going to be a deficit hawk, the more you feed into that narrative. The more you feed into that narrative that the real danger to the American people is overspending because the country is like a family budget, which it literally isn't.
Sense that I think we all fall prey to. And
wait, this is a little, I'm sorry, Chad, I'm coming in a little late with this, but a Champagne unit is a U.S. military unit staffed by celebrities or people from wealthy or politically powerful families. Such units, often being part of the National Guard and assigned to lower risk duty inside the United States, the term is pejorative. The connotation being that such units, for those who have connections and wish to avoid conscription into more dangerous duty, while still gaining the prestige afforded to the United States military service. Over the centuries, such a unit was called a Silk Stocking Regiment. Vietnam War. That's weird that they mention Champagne unit. Oh wait, 147th Fighter Group. Once one well-known Champagne unit was the Texas Air National Guard's 147th Interceptor Group at Ellington Field in Houston. During the Vietnam War, many well-connected sons, many fortunate sons, served in this unit, sometimes with the help of politicians such as Ben Barnes. You got Lloyd Benson, former vice presidential candidate. You got George W. Bush, well-known painter. Joe Connolly, son of it's like a news guy or like a John Connolly, sorry. The third son of John Tower, who they don't have the name of. 7 members of the Dallas Cowboys were in that unit too. Okay, so that gives you the idea.
That is, I was on those campaign buses. I was out there campaigning for you guys, and it's make believe in many respects. when they say, when you want to go right, they say, oh, no, sir, we got to go left because that's where the crowds are. And we've been working hard to assemble them. And I wonder just in terms of that, and I want to get back to answering your question, but I want to just applaud you for doing these red state tours. But do you fear, and I'm curious if your experience is like this, when you go into those crowds, which were huge, you were in Omaha, you were in Iowa, as well, and you had huge crowds. But do you fear you were talking to our same folks?
Yeah.
I mean, or do you feel like there's a bunch of Republicans that were there to listen to you?
No, I don't fear it, but I think we need to be honest with ourselves. The folks who took a beautiful Friday afternoon in Des Moines to come listen to Tim Walz speak probably have a pretty good opinion of me in the first place. But that's healthy too. That's okay because they're screaming, what are you guys going to do about it? But I do tell you, there were some independents there. I doubt if there were a whole lot of Republicans, but I'll tell you what, those Republicans were watching. And I think
he said he was fighting his own Vietnam while he was talking about his sex life. Yeah, he basically partied during Vietnam.
What I would say if I was them is,
Mr. Bone Spurs.
Look, our representative can do better than Walz. He should do it. He should get out there and do it. This is to put pressure on them to come forward, because then it really does become a debate about the critical issues. And like I said, they can just come and, why did you cut the VA? Just tell us. Tell us why you think that's a good idea. Because I would argue, once again, 80% of Americans don't want to cut the VA. And you have to give them statistics and facts. And I think my purpose of this is to force the hand of these folks, because I got to be honest with you. I think if they try and defend this stuff, they're going to lose. I believe strongly in that. This isn't just us versus them. This is good policy versus bad policy. And so that's the purpose. But no, I want to be clear to folks who see that. The folks showing up are excited. But here's my thing. 4 months after losing this critical election, our base is still engaged. So I think that polling is interesting, Gavin, that it doesn't mean that there's less Democrats. And the reason that number is so low is if you poll every single year, if you ask the Republican Party their opinion of the Democratic Party, it's very low. The reason our numbers are so low is those are Democrats.
Yep, 63% feel, and I was grateful it was 63%. Still,
well, here's what I say: I'm not a Democrat. I'm Democratic Farmer Labor. I'm the one.
I mean, part of it is you're being punished for being losing to a joke of a candidate for the second time. Part of it is that you are shitting on your base, and in response to that. And the third element is, you've got these James Carville assholes out there that they're like, we got to play dead. We got to get Trump, let Trump get everything that he wants. We can't fight back rhetorically or politically. We can't, try to use our leverage because that's gonna. We want Trump to get what he wants, and we're gonna show how unpopular that shit is. You won't have a country left if you let Trump get what he wants. You give him an inch, he'll take several miles, all right? That's just how he rolls. That's who he is. That's who he's always been.
Person in the country, we're DFL. And so, and I actually think, Gavin, this is an interesting point. While I won't try and tell you we've kept the farmers all with us or whatever, we have kept some of them, like Farmers Union in Minnesota and these issues around water quality and different things. And we kept labor. And in Minnesota, we really do. This was a marriage between the Farmer Labor Party, which quite honestly was more progressive and leaning into the issues of the working class, and Democrats. And so I think on a national level, we're going to have to conversation of who we are. Because like you said it, people don't believe we're with them. They think we're elitist.
And back to that.
The Democratic Party is elitist. That's the problem. You're sitting right next to the living embodiment of that elitism that Americans on the right and on the left hate.
A little bit. Look, what I love about what you did.
Sitting not right next to him, but you know what I mean. You're on screen with him.
It is. You're meeting people where they are, going into red states, but you're also not just meeting them where they are. You're showing respect. You're not turning your back because you're looking at an electoral map and recent experience. Say it's just 7 swing states, and that's all our need to focus on. And I think one of the things the Democratic Party absolutely needs to do is we need to respect the fact that we have to represent the American people, and that means all 50 states. And so going back, showing up matters.
Howard Dean was right. 50 state strategy. And just to be candid, as one of the fringe, kind of washed in with the wave in 2006 when there was the big Democratic wave. It was because of Howard Dean and a few folks that were out there that were saying expand the map. Rahm Emanuel, of all people, was one of them too, said we need to expand the map everywhere. They went into a district that had one Democrat since 1892 and put a little money into it, and I won. And so I think if you want to govern this country, you can't tell Montana they don't matter, or Idaho, or Mississippi. And
You got to stop stereotyping, voters in certain places, right? There's this thought that since purple states, have fairly conservative Republican voters in there, that the voters in these red states must be, whatever they just ultra conservative. And they are on a lot of issues, but they're not on other issues, right? Red states are some areas of economic deprivation. They are going to be hurt by Trump cutting Medicaid. They are going to be hurt by Trump cutting Medicare. And you can reach those people on the level of material conditions. It might not work but you just got to keep at it, and you've got to make it not just your rhetoric, but your policy. You got to enact those policies and then come back and tell people what you fucking did for them and be proud about it, and stop, letting the donors dictate your campaign.
And look, you and I both know this. You also can't tell the Central Valley and things. We're not, everybody thinks, oh, California's solid.
Quite the contrary. 2/3 of the map is deeply red. I mean, it's, just.
Gavin, you're falling into a very Trumpian conceit there, right? Land does not vote, motherfucker. You are losing voters. If you want to talk about that, talk about that. But and California's got some very conservative areas. If you want to talk about that, talk about that. But don't act like, oh, look at these large swaths of land that are very red. It's almost a surprise Donald Trump didn't win California. Keep saying that, and he's going to win, like, not California, but like, I don't know, New Jersey or Virginia or something.
Just America, only more so in California, more hunters, more ranchers, more farmers than other states, and still the largest manufacturing state in America. People forget that as well. So this notion of industrial policy that's worker-centered is deeply.
I appreciate, and you're going on talking, and and I get frustrated with some of these folks. I get frustrated with the talking heads and the folks who I think are bad actors. I don't get frustrated with my neighbors who are voting that way. I don't understand it as well, but I'm trying to get them, we have to figure out a way that we're not, the Republicans have done a good job of this. We're the enemy now. Now we're in this situation where they see Russians as being more trustworthy than us. And, that's a sad state to be in.
Unbelievable state. Yes.
And I don't know, again, I don't know if I've got the ability to bring back those 77 million. I do believe we've got the ability to get the disenfranchised folks who are seeing the damage.
The 77 million are a longer term project, right? Like I said, material conditions dictate the hog factor. I'm sorry, I'm literally cribbing from Hasan's notes here, but it's true, right? That's where hogs come from. A lack of material conditions and the ability of the right wing to distract them with an enemy that they can focus on. Oh, it's because of trans people. It's because of immigrants. It's because of criminals, right? And we're going to go after those people for you. We're going to make those people pay.
Damage here. And I think
that's because of liberals, right? The whole
important, because this isn't about winning elections. This is about what's best for the country. And you'll never convince me siding with Putin and North Korea is good for the country, or fighting a trade war with Canada and Mexico is good for the country. I don't buy it.
Yeah, friends. And what more evidence do we need to underscore this notion of these principles than what's happened today with the Alien Enemies Act, 1700s, and the deportation, and
I think just the beginning.
This, to me, of all the things that has happened during the Trump administration, the notion that you can completely disregard the federal court and literally challenge the court, and be, for me, just blatantly in contempt of court. I mean, that's the
look. I got to be honest with them. Okay, he's right. That shit's dangerous. That shit's really dangerous. However, you're a politician, sir. You're not a judge. And if you want to win and stop him from doing that, You need to concentrate on what you can do for the American people, not give Trump a chance to run against the judges, because that is what he's doing right now. I know that this is why this is a big part of why Kamala lost, right? And I understand the impulse to go after defending the institution, because you know that on a lot of levels, that's sort of all we got as far as guardrails, as far as preventing an authoritarian takeover, right? The institution is all we've got. That's actually true, but that's not what you should run on. When American people are sick of the institution, and I don't mean the courts, I mean other institutions, you cannot be seen as the candidate of status quo. So do not go for that catnip, okay? Despite the fact that that is an important priority for policy. You know, separating those powers, right? Clawing back power from the executive and from the judiciary, because why is the executive so powerful in the first place? It's because of the judiciary. And it's because of the connection between, and it's because of fucking feckless, incompetent, centrist, enabling Democrats like Barack Obama playing softball with the Republicans, going high when they go low. Right? That's why you ended up in this situation, because you cared too much about the institutions and little about the results and little about the state of affairs for the American people, right? It's just the wrong thing to go for, right? Because you end up sounding like you are defending the status quo. This is the wrong moment to defend the status quo. And also, you shouldn't be defending. You should be attacking. It's a target-rich environment. There's plenty of stuff to go after Trump. There's politically on, right? There's plenty of of his policies that are extremely unpopular. Prioritize those, for fuck's sake. Please learn that. If you can learn nothing else from the 2024 election, learn that.
Cornerstone of this constitutional democracy.
And here's what fascinates me is that came up. I watched the Sunday talk shows yesterday. It was all about what's wrong with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and not
so. Did we get in? Why do we buy their arguments? Why are we fighting fringe red herring issues that get Democrats at Democrats? That Democratic activists screaming at other Democrats. How do we? And I did it, Gavin. I admitted it. I took the dogs and cats argument and ran right with it, and he sucked me in. We have been in these issues where we may not all agree on.
I don't think that going after him over dogs and cats is a bad thing. I think that is the strongest moment that the Democrats had in this argument about immigration.
On all the issue, but we buy their frame, and then you have Democrats fighting against Democrats, and they sail above it.
They sail above it. I mean, so then you don't want me to ask the Schumer question in the shutdown, because it falls right into that frame, doesn't it?
Yes. And having served in Congress, you're an
also. Do you remember Kamala Harris didn't exactly go after Trump on the dogs eating the cats thing, right? I don't think they spent an inordinate time on that. I think they kind of did the right thing. They sort of pointed at him and said, "That's the good thing to say would have been, that's weird. That's pretty weird." But yeah, you don't have to focus on it.
Executive, you know what make the hard? I put out a budget and everybody's angry with me.
Like, that was the moment where the mask slipped as far as Donald Trump is going after immigrants as a distraction. You pivot from that and say that he's distracting you with immigrants because he's not going to do anything about affordability. He's not going to do anything for your rent. He's for the landlords. He's using this to distract you with. Do you see what a fucking liar this guy is? He said they're eating the cats and the dogs.
All my friends, including teachers who I'm looking out for them, but you have to do these things. But I think it's in the moment with this. And I look, and this is where Democrats, we actually care about the institutions and we care about people. Like, my opinion on this is I believe Chuck 100% believes.
Care more about the people and less about the institutions. For fuck's sake, Tim, you got to know at the end of the day that institutions are the people. if you are a Democrat, if you are on the side of democracy, then you got to recognize that the ultimate institution is we the people.
That he made a decision that reduced the pain and the risk to Americans. I see it now that we're in a point where I think we're in a new world. That pain is coming anyway, and I think
I'm with you.
Yeah, and they think we gave up our leverage. And to make it clear who owns this, because now to the American public who doesn't do this for a living and is out doing their job, they said, well, they passed this budget and they agreed with Donald Trump, and now we all own that. I think you should have made Donald Trump justify why things were getting so bad. And we as governors would do our best to protect the most vulnerable. That seemed to me to be the fight we should have had. But I think the public saying is, you guys weren't even coordinated on that. You know, you weren't. We weren't.
Yeah, you fucking feckless assholes, like, you know, abandoned your issue. You gave up to Donald Trump. You in effect said Donald Trump's right about immigration, and you expected votes after that. You expected votes. You didn't realize that that is a strategy not to gain votes, not to stop the bleeding, but to lose the votes that you already have. Oh my God, we're getting some good freeze frames of gruesome Newsom, aren't we?
Yeah. And let me ask you, as a party leader, there's this notion, people say, well, what's the party doing? Who is the party? And I'm asking you, I'm serious. Is the party the DNC? Is the party you and Harris? Is it Chuck and Hakeem?
No.
Who is the party? Is it the DGA? The Democratic
I go
governors?
back to it again, Gavin. It's not a flippant remark. It's the people. And then in a democracy, they send people forward to be able to do this. The party is not leadership. The party is there to enable. And I know for me, I wouldn't have got elected as a high school teacher with no connections, no political experience, if I wouldn't have been able to go to Worthington, Minnesota, and meet a woman named Deb Hokanson, who already knew how to organize a little get-together and put me in front of 40 people and let me give my little speech. That's what the party was supposed to do. My job was to hear and reflect from them and then take our values and vote for them. And I think we've gotten ourselves in this bind where we think there's going to be one person. Now, I want to be very clear about this. It doesn't excuse any of us for not being organized, coordinated, thoughtful, delivering a unified message.
And by the way, Tim, we're not doing that. And you know we're not doing that. I don't get calls. I mean, we don't coordinate. There's no deep coordinate. Heck, even in our DGA meetings, let's have that conversation. We're not even focused on policy. It's nice to see each other. We have those side conversations. We'll have panels. And we will discuss in some respects some policy, but at the gubernatorial level, when we're all together, we tend to be having tactical conversations about elections. Forgive me, but not the kind of conversations.
We're probably more unified than anybody, too.
And we are ironically more unified.
Yeah, we're not a caucus, and again, the folks who are out there, whether on social media or the folks at the local caucus or whatever, they want us to have a unified message.
Well, Gavin's a caucus, but.
And here's where I really think they've missed in DC on this. It does feel to me that despite those numbers, the Democratic Party is unified. They're unified in being pissed off at the Democratic Party.
Oh, yeah, well, that's true.
And they are unified in that Donald Trump's policies are going to hurt people. So I would argue, Gavin, that there's an argument in here. And then
look, let me be real with you. All right. They are mad at the Democratic Party. That will stop when the Democratic Party has a new face, when new people who were in the past gatekept out of Democratic Party leadership, like AOC was recently, when new people start taking over. And look, you've either got to, and maybe in the case of Walz, criticize the Gavin Newsom part of the party, the Rahm Emanuel part of the party. This is my concern with Tim Walz. Like somebody said earlier today that, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Kyle Kulinski saying that Walz did something genius, but Kyle doesn't think that he did it on purpose. Kyle doesn't think that it was through, Kyle thinks he kind of stumbled into this, right? He talked about getting joy from opening up his phone and seeing how far Tesla stock has fallen, right? That is a new media strategy that works. In the old media strategy, that's really bad because you now pissed a bunch of Republicans off. Like they think that you want American businesses to fail, right? That's really bad. That you really fucked up there, Tim. But in reality, he got in the news punching Elon in the balls, metaphorically, of course. And that's a winning strategy. But Kyle doesn't think that he did it on purpose, because the way that he sort of backs away from it, and this tells me more, when you're like talking up Rahm Emanuel, when you're being way too nice to Gavin Newsom, I'm afraid that he's not showing the candidate that we need to see arise. He could be that face. If he were to, fucking criticize, and he's done a little bit of this, criticize the campaign strategy of the Kamala campaign, right? That's who's going to rise up and be the face of the Democratic Party that the public doesn't hate. You vanquished these scumbag, inauthentic bullshit artists, right? You took over the party from them. We love you, even if you are probably a little too close to those scumbags, right? That's a candidate that can have a future of not just, Democratic Party leadership, but being a more popular face for that leadership, right? The other option is people come from nowhere. People run, that have never been involved in politics before, run, and they run not just against the Republican Party, but against the Democratic establishment. That's what needs to happen now. And I don't like this talk about, like trying to get on the same page. That is not what you need to do. Carvile's going to be on his page. Schumer's going to be on his page. Rahm, as always, is going to be on his page. And they're all going to be punching left. You need to punch back. Because they lost this election, and you can win the next one. You just have to be bold enough to not care about pissing them off. Yeah, throw them the fuck under the bus. They deserve it. They lost the election, right? These elitist, inauthentic, scumbag Democrats lost the election. Their strategy of being Republican Party light lost. They need to go under the bus, metaphorically, of course.
I like him a lot, and I think he's right. I think Ezra Klein is giving us a bit of a roadmap here.
Kick in the butt. Yep.
Sometimes Ezra Klein is having interesting conversations. I don't agree with all of his conclusions.
If we blindly say all of our democratic institutions and our government institutions are unquestionably working as well as they should, we open it up. We should be striving to do things better. We should acknowledge. I'm trying to do it here in Minnesota. I'm not going to cut, safeguards around permitting, but I will be the first to acknowledge it takes us too long to permit projects.
There you go.
And it bogs down systems.
I mean, so I don't know. What do you think, Chad? Have you seen the Ezra Klein? One in chat, if you've seen the Ezra Klein podcast that they're talking about. I know what they're talking about. I don't know. So apparently California has been trying to get light rail and it's a really good idea. Or no, not light rail. Wait, what was it? No, high speed rail. Sorry, not light rail. They have light rail. California's been trying to get high speed rail installed for years and years and years. They had a very ambitious project. They've walked it back and walked it back and walked it back to the point where it's like, almost nothing. And it's going to cost as much as the initial estimates of the project, but it's not going to connect as many communities as the original project was supposed to connect. And, the explanation that Ezra Klein gives is that there are too many like local regulations to get around that are making, when you want to do a project, right, there's all kinds of like local laws that are like, well, you can't connect that to that, because that would be seen it. He basically blames people in poverty for being in the way or wanting to have clean air and water. I mean, that's the thing is when you talk about regulations, that's generally what regulations do. But I mean, there's got to be a way to get back to, he's a New York Times hack. there's got to be a way to get back to like large countrywide projects that improves the infrastructure without getting stuck in. I mean, there maybe Ezra Klein doesn't have the correct diagnosis on how to deal with the sort of paralysis in terms of high-speed rail. Because China's got it. France has had it for fucking. Japan has had it forever, right? Like the U.S. is way behind on high-speed rail. In the 70s, they just put lead in shit and built it quickly.
And I started,
So maybe the answer is for, to be willing to tax more and spend more.
you have to bring people in who, look, you're gonna cater to corporate interests or whatever. No, I'm trying to make it easier to build a solar field and be able to get that out there. I'm trying to make it easier for somebody to bring in a new business, but not sacrifice worker safety, environmental safety, and that. And we don't acknowledge that enough, I don't think.
There you go.
And they, you know how Republicans are. I'll cut your taxes, and we'll cut government spending. But now you have all these stories, people saying, "Well, I voted for Trump, and I wanted them to cut government spending, but I didn't mean me. I didn't mean my stuff." We as Democrats have to connect that government does deliver positives, does deliver things, but we also we're fallible, and it, in some cases we get in the way. So say it.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, by the way, we're going to have Ezra Klein on the podcast next week talking specifically about this. And, the old adage.
Thanks for me, because I agree with him on this. I think he's trying to.
So, yeah, I called it. They were talking about an Ezra Klein podcast.
Figure out a better way, that this isn't an all or nothing. And this is an advantage for us, because Republicans are telling people that all government stinks. You're going to regret this. And I was down in Iowa when the tornadoes are hitting. It's really good to have weather forecasting.
It's really good to have weather forecasting. It's really, really good.
Really.
Yeah, no.
It would be nice to spend more money on stuff like that, not less.
And it makes no sense. So tell that story.
It's important. And look, I mean, for things to change, we have to change. And I think we have to own.
Yeah, I feel like the Democrats, the problem is that they're trying to work around, like people said earlier, like local regulations, which are often to protect local populations, and especially the kind of populations that got like just run through by things like highways, right? The place that they put things that nobody wants in their backyard is in the backyard of the poorest people out there. Right, so you got an attempt to prevent that on one side, and then on the other side you've got an intransigent capitalist class that refuses to give up the fucking free money that they were given by Ronald Reagan and to Bill Clinton and Democrats and Republicans ever after, to agree to go back to a tax scheme, closer to the post-New Deal era, right? That's the problem. And the Democrats are like, okay, so we're gonna respect these local communities, but we're also gonna, not raise taxes, and that's probably a no-go. You've got to actually take on that. The Hyperloop, oh my God. Where's the one place that it works? Is it Las Vegas? I'm trying to remember. They left a little section of the Hyperloop somewhere. They don't use it the way that it was intended to. Chad, the Hyperloop was supposed to be like faster than a high-speed train? Like it was supposed to go like thousands of miles. It was supposed to be, you get in this little capsule and it shoots you at thousands of miles an hour to your destination. And instead it's just a driver, like, conducting a Tesla through it's in Vegas.
We can control the controllables, and that's how we govern and be more effective. And in so many ways, the world we invented is competing against us as it relates to the paralysis of analysis and process, years and years, as you say, to not just, get a permit, but even to zone a solar projects. This is not just about large factories spewing pollution. This is also about the transition to low carbon, green growth economy. So I couldn't agree with your sentiment, and I appreciate Ezra and others bringing that up. Let me ask you though, just broadly.
All right, chat. We are approaching the midnight hour. We did get really close to hitting that double dono goal, but we're not quite there. And discretion being the better part of valor, I should probably thank my Patreons. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Patreons. First of all, it is your monthly donations that are the foundation of me being able to continue to do this, even in a bad situation. You know, you've seen Sunday get hit by, you know, some really bad luck, and that could happen to any of us. So thank you to the people who donate to me every month off of the YouTube and Twitch platforms, because again, that is going to be the that's going to be the foundation that lets me stand strong in the face of natural disasters or platform disasters like what Sunday just experienced. Anyway, everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out. You get them uncensored and often unredacted. And most importantly, get them first, right? At the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Magaggles, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Jessica Bell, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Let's see what we're doing here. But yeah, really close to, we're 32 off of that double dono goal. Did not quite make it, but still we got to, I mean, I don't know, we got some more content for tomorrow. I am going to be finishing up that Ethan Klein stuff. Hopefully maybe get into some more Ezra Klein, who knows. Oh my God, what is going on here? Okay. If for nothing else than to piss off Ethan Klein, we're raiding into Frogan tonight. You want to join us, YouTube chat? I will share my link with you, my Twitch link. Because we're about to raid into Frogan. And what is Frogan watching? Friday Fun Day. Reactions. Frogan's doing reactions. So I don't think, it's been a while since we've raided Frogan. And Frogan is on, so we will do that. Here we go. I'm trying to pin this. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. I appreciate you liking the stream, whether you're doing it right now on your way out or whether you've already done it. It helps me get the stream out to more people, and it might help you make some new friends in chat by bringing new people in. So if you want to do that, hit that like. It helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it massively. All right, are we... Here we go. Anybody else? Anybody else? Last chance to get into the raid. 4, 3, 2, 1. Much love, everybody. See you tomorrow. Here, wait. Let's just turn on. See what it sounds like in Rogan's chat.
And you know what? Here's the thing. Rob, you're keeping it real. And I think we need to do that, right? Because we're going to be hearing chatter and voices and judgment.
He's the most down to earth so far. Who, Gino?
But I bring it back to you guys, right? This is your relationship. This is your marriage. And this is going to be hard.
Stacy and Florian, if I was to ask you guys to close your eyes and think of a word, what is the first word that comes to your mind?
He's doing better. It's like me and her doing better, basically.
One word.
One word. One word. Just better.
Better.
I mean,
Better.
Better. Okay.
I like that.
Okay. For Florian, and then I have my own word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, you think Rob? Oh my God.
No rush. Think about
No, I know you're gonna say you're being negative and you're not.
Anyway, I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to.
Conflicted. He tells me nothing happened when he walked that girl home back in Miami. I have to just believe and trust that nothing else happened, but that's hard to process.
Okay, chat. I don't know why, but your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the. Oh my God, we got to turn that off. I don't know if that's like legal on YouTube. What, Frogan? But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, it won't let me. I can't think, Frogan. Your message wasn't posted due to conflicts with the channel's moderation settings. Oh, I'm following. I don't get it. I do not get it. I don't know what that could be, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, chat. Good night. Much love. Hopefully I'm not banned from Frogan's chat. No, if I was banned, it would tell me I was banned. I don't know. It's just some weird Twitch thing. Good night.